Hello and welcome back to Decoded Live from One. We are once again well and truly live and very much at One. The exhibition hall is both behind and underneath us. And we had a little bit of a studio upgrade. They decided that we did such a good job yesterday. They gave us a couple banners. My name is Eliza. I am the community manager for North America.
And I am Cecelia Martinez. I am a developer advocate on our advocacy team here at OutSystems. We are super excited to kick off day 2 of Decoded Live at One and to be joined today by Dan. Dan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so Dan Iorg, I'm based out of Utah. So I'm a product manager for ODC that focuses on the cloud, the fun stuff, the scalability, the reliability, as well as the the platform security and the things that keep it protected from bad guys. So that's my area.
Amazing. And how has the excitement been at the conference so far? What's the energy like here?
I think it's fantastic. There's a lot of people that are just excited to obviously be in person, but also find out all the new cool stuff and talk about what their problems really. We're talking about problems, and it sounds like a bad thing, but everybody's really excited to talk about that stuff. So it's cool. A lot of good stuff.
Any particularly favorite sessions from yesterday?
I mean, it's obvious. You got to talk about the keynote, right? The mentor, the something that we've been working on for a very long time. Finally, you get to see it kind of end to end. You get to see it in person. It's not a scripted. It's not a video. It's a piece of functionality where you can just put in some words, put in some requirements, and out pops an application. And that, if you can't think of that being the biggest thing out of yesterday, I'm not sure. It's incredible.
I think everyone agrees with you. We saw a lot of excitement around it, a lot of excitement in the chat and also here in person. And so we will definitely dig more into Mentor in just a minute. First, I do want to also acknowledge all the work that the team has been putting in to bring the One experience to you at home. So in addition to our live stream, we also have a lot of coverage on our social media. Here we have some behind the scenes photos of the team working. So Logan and Sophia editing videos on the fly to put on Twitter for you. And, Eliza always checking her notes. We also have Caitlin on our social media team who is interviewing people around the conference. And of course, Andrea working hard to ensure that the shoe shine stand is up to standard. So, we really are excited to be able to bring this experience to you at One for our entire global developer community. And there's a lot that you can expect today on the live stream. Eliza, do you want to talk through what the folks at home can expect?
Absolutely. So yesterday we were with you for about 4 hours. Today we're doing 6. It's going to be a long day, but we've got tons of speakers. Our agenda is packed with executives, more product management colleagues of Dan's, a bunch of speakers, and our executives coming to us today includes Christine, our Chief Marketing Officer, Luis, our Chief Product and Technology Officer, and our CEO, Paulo Rosado, will be closing it off around 4 p.m. local time. So you don't want to miss that. I will let you do the math. Local, again, is Amsterdam. Beautiful day here. But yeah, again, 4 p.m. Amsterdam time. We've got Paulo joining us.
And throughout the stream, we will have a few short breaks here and there to switch out guests, but we promise never to leave you for more than really a few minutes. So you can expect continuous coverage from One today. So make sure to stick around, and we'd also love to see where you're joining from. So please say hi in the chat, whether you're joining from YouTube or from LinkedIn. We will see your comments here, and we'd love to know, who you are, where you're from, and what you're excited to learn about from the One conference. Now, I think it is time, though, to dig back into that mentor announcement. Really huge, excitement around that. Dan, tell us a little bit about the work that's gone into this on your team and how exciting it is for you to see it have it see fruition.
We've been working on Morpheus or Mentor now for a long time, right? And it's not just me; it's many teams, and there's really other teams that probably have put in more work than anybody. But the being able to see it come end to end, right? We've been talking about it. We've been seeing a lot of Gen AI news in the internet and all the different products out there, but being able to see this product and how we've envisioned Gen AI being integrated into the platform. We've talked about ODC, a lot of ODC hype last year. This year is really about that Gen AI, and being able to literally just see it is exciting. But it's also a little bit nervous, right? It's a little bit skeptical. It's like, does it really do that, or is it going to work for my needs? And as a former developer, I thought, that is impressive. The amount of work that went in, the amount of work that I would have to do to build that app is months and months. And they just almost snap their fingers and you get an app. Now, maybe it's not 100% perfect. And that's the question. Is it 40% perfect? Is it 80? I don't know, but it's friggin' cool, right? And the amount of work that we've had to put into it, the amount of resources and teams that are working on it, it's a monumental, I think, occasion for us. And I think it's one you'll look back on and say, yeah, that was the beginning of something new, something cool.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned kind of being a former developer, and we're speaking to our OutSystems developers, and that developer experience. Something that makes OutSystems developers really unique is that they're really focused on outcomes, right, over the process. And I think for Mentor, like you said, you kind of go from that idea to that app execution, allows you to iterate so much more quickly and get to those outcomes faster. So I'm really excited to see that continue to develop. And really, this is just one of many releases that have happened across ODC this year. I mean, there's been feature after feature after feature released. I've seen data fabric, EDA, workflows. There's new integrations in the integrations lab and so much more. And so if you want to stay up to date with all of these features that are taking place, you can subscribe to product updates on our website at outsystems.com/product updates. I check this page all the time. You can subscribe for ODC updates to make sure that you're on top of everything. So with all these features that have been coming out, and some of the AI features specifically are now coming together in a way under Mentor, where it represents that entire ecosystem of full cycle software development life cycle. What has that been like iterating and developing that to bring that to fruition?
Man, it's been fun. You guys started before we launched the GA of ODC, and being able to see it go from kind of more of an MVP to constantly producing and releasing new features and functionality has been a wild ride. Getting feedback from customers and knowing what is most important to them has been fun. And, seeing the teams work together to collaborate, but also independently to release features has been, inspiring. But also what we're seeing this week, I think, is the beginning of those teams and those efforts starting to really come together, right? You would see workflows, you would see data fabric, and they kind of made sense. But now you see it combined with Mentor. Behind the scenes, all the functionality that happened by that click of the button is that work in progress. And you're just going to see that tenfold over time, right?
So you mentioned a couple of times being able to talk to customers and talk to developers. How important is developer feedback to your product philosophy?
It's beyond critical. If there's a better word than more than critical, that's what we just left a customer just to come to this and talk. And it's hard to break away, because getting that feedback, really the key is getting the context, right? Without the context, it's hard to build the right requirements. And somebody can tell me something needs to be blue, but if I don't know why it needs to be blue, I can't build it right. And so the feedback that we get this week directly from customers, not through email, not through a support ticket, is word to word, and then we can see how important it is to them is beyond critical. It will set the future direction for us. It'll define our roadmap and what we do next. And so very important.
It seems like it's especially important when you're working with products that are kind of breaking the mold, right? So when we talk about Mentor, we are taking the software development lifecycle as we think about it, going from design to code to testing to deployment, and we're breaking that apart. It's a radical new approach to how applications and solutions get built. And so it seems like in those situations that feedback is even more critical, because we're in new territory.
Yeah.
And OutSystems has always kind of been on that forefront and has always had to integrate these new ideas and get developers on board and with what the next generation of development is like.
Yeah,
so for developers that would like to check out some of these features, what are some of their options for getting to know ODC a little bit more?
Yeah, it's been a little hard in the past. We've had to say, go check out ODC, go sign up for ODC. And sometimes that required a commercial commitment, or at least a thought, right? And now what we're moving towards is kind of teasing that we are working on a ODC eval edition. We're working on that personal environment for ODC. We want to be able to give easy access to anybody who wants to try out ODC. You sign up, you go in, you tinker around, you put in some bells and whistles, you put it in a requirement stock into Mentor, and you see what comes out of it, and you move on. So being able to provide that capability very easily to customers is the next thing that we will probably be seeing us launch.
Yeah, it's really, even just in the year that I've been at OutSystems, seeing how much ODC Portal specifically has changed in that time. I mean, I feel like every time I go in there, there's something new. Recently, it was the client-side traces. I was excited to see that for sure. Workflows are in there now as well. I see new Forge components and new integrations. And so, yeah, really excited to hear that there's more opportunity coming in the future for people to get their hands on it. And I was also, if you missed the announcement yesterday, for those in our developer community who are going through ODC training, you can now get access to a shared environment in order to complete that training. And so that's another opportunity for you to check out some of the features in that kind of shared environment to learn more about it. So yeah, definitely make sure to check that out. We have a few minutes left. So I want to kind of ask, what are the high level goals moving forward? Like what else was in the works for your team?
Well, we have a couple of things. Our primary focus is ensuring that customers can, land successfully in ODC and be happy with what they have, but also focusing on ensuring that there's a path for existing customers on O11 to migrate as well. And that requires a lot of features and functionalities that we either don't have or that we need to build. And some of those will take some time, right? Some of them we've been working on for a while. And so our goal is to make sure that all customers are happy with ODC. And that sounds easy, but it's not, right? There's a lot of features that we need to be able to develop. And those take, like I said, a little bit of time. And I'm excited about 2025. 2024 was a lot of kind of groundwork that we were building, trying to release the beginning functionalities of things. 2025, you're going to see those really explode. And I think some of those features, I can't wait to announce them next year.
Awesome. I'm excited too. Looking forward to it. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing all of your insights. It's been really great having you.
Thanks for having me. It's been good.
Awesome. So up next, we have our CMO, Christine, joining us. But first, we're going to play a quick video, a really nice video, I got to say, recapping day one of the conference. We'll be right back. One heart, one shot, now the future is
yours. Go! Welcome, everyone. It's great to be back with you.
Meet Mentor, the first end-to-end software development lifecycle digital worker.
Yeah. It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's one heart, one shot. It's one heart, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one heart, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
With me now is Christine, OutSystems Chief Marketing Officer. I will let you introduce yourself a little bit. Go ahead.
My name is Christine Nurnberger. I've been with OutSystems for about a year and a half. I run marketing for the organization, including our community efforts and our developer efforts under Miguel Baltazar. So I'm really psyched to be here today. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're so happy to have you. So year and a half means that your early days at OutSystems were right before we did one last year.
That's right.
Yeah, so this is your second one conference. Can you tell us a little bit about the feeling at the conference, the energy, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I didn't think anything could top the one conference last year. It was packed, standing room only, the energy, the passion, the vibe. Absolutely. I really didn't think anything could top it. And we did. We have record attendance, 2,400 people here, standing room only. We've launched some incredible technology. We were able to show live on stage yesterday the power of our ODC platform plus Mentor, aka Morpheus, and what the power of low code plus generative AI can do. The response has been amazing. The energy's been amazing. Oh, I actually have a funny story.
Okay.
So yesterday we're demoing live the Mentor solution on stage. Susan did a great job with that. But one of the pieces of the demo failed. She couldn't embed the AI agent builder at the end. And we found out it was because there were over 40 developers in the audience who grabbed the URL, logged into the app in real time, and created orders while she was demoing. And she saw it on stage, and people were saying, "Great job, Susan! This is awesome, so cool." But yeah, so our demo actually failed because we did it live, and all the developers logged in. So it's just been amazing, like just an amazing conference.
That's
really
fantastic. So speaking of amazing, last year you had a chat with our VP of Developer Relations, Miguel. Live on stage at one to kind of intro you to the community and intro the community to you. You mentioned at the time how exciting it was to be in person with the community for the first time. What over the last year has sort of continued to excite?
the level of engagement. It's just such a passionate, smart group of people who, the amount of passion that people have for OutSystems, the amount of passion we have for you. It's just,
Absolutely.
it's like love in both directions. I'll never forget Andrea closing out the conference in Lisbon. I thought she was going to have tears in her eyes because she was just like, there's so much mutual love. And that comes through, for anyone who got to go to the Neo party last night. It's just a great community of really smart, really talented, really passionate people, all who want to innovate. Like it's really unlike anything I've ever seen. It's pretty darn cool.
Nice. I'm sure the developers at home are gonna love those compliments about the community. So we'll pivot to a little bit of a marketing talk here. How do you see OutSystems evolving to meet the needs of modern software developers?
So I think we have some work to do there. First of all, we've got to get the developer community access to ODC. We're working really hard to make that happen. That is going to unlock so much potential. If anyone hasn't gone to the Mentor webpage that went live on the site yesterday and played the video, it's not vaporware, it's real. We had a customer from LATAM go up to our booth yesterday and handed the guy at our booth a requirements document, and he built the app in 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Like, it's real.
Yeah.
And it says in the demo yesterday, it takes the tedious, monotonous, kind of boring bits out of the job and enables you to focus on the cool stuff, which is really iterating and developing really cool applications.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so this mentor announcement is really really big, and I'm sure you've been working a lot behind the scenes to figure out how we're going to talk about it. How does mentor play into the OutSystems sort of story we have?
It's the next evolution of our story.
Yeah.
So as most people know, we've been investing in AI since 2018, before it was, the word on everybody's everyone's tongue. But we have a real opportunity to lead the next category of where low code and Gen AI are going. We're calling it the generative software era. We have a unique position in that we're the only solution that really manages the end-to-end software development lifecycle, including editing, iterating, embedding AI into the apps. So we have a real opportunity to stand out as leaders in this emerging category.
Amazing. I love that. So we know, and our developers at home know, that OutSystems is a really incredible platform for getting high stakes apps into production quickly and efficiently. What does the work ahead look like with our new features in ODC, in convincing more developers that may be watching but likely aren't, of OutSystems' incredible power?
We just need to get the skeptics over it.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
we can. And now that it's real and live and people are going to be able to touch it and feel it and play around with it, I have my own team. So I run marketing, keep in mind, not a software developer, but we as the business are working with our own internal development team to develop new apps like that.
Yeah.
We just come up with an idea, really cool ideas, and they're built in seconds. I think once developers are able to get their hands on it, play around with it, it's game changing. There's nothing else out there like it, and there won't be for a while.
Nice. So we do have a good chunk of time left. I cruised through those questions early in the stream. I talk so much faster than later in the stream. So just a few off the cuff here. You talked a little bit about the generative software era. That phrase appeared on Paulo's presentation yesterday. We've got versions of it all over the signage here. What does that sort of mean to developers when they hear that? What are we trying to communicate to them?
Really, it's just about the fact that it's as Paulo describes it, we're moving more and more to the left.
Yeah.
So instead of having sort of a sequence step-by-step process, we're compressing a lot of those steps in the development process.
Yeah.
While also, though, giving you complete control over the code, a lot of security, a lot of governance. As we know, one of the dangers with AI and low code is proliferation of orphan code.
Yeah.
There's security issues. There's compliance issues. You really have to be careful with the AI solutions that are coming out that touch the actual code. That can cause a lot of issues. So we've put a lot of effort and thought into place. How do we make this secure, governed
Yes.
as well, which
Yeah.
is going to be important.
Yeah, we talked to a few developers yesterday that kind of talked about AI is kind of scary.
Yes.
We've got lots of companies trying to work AI into development, and finding that junior developers relying on AI can get kind of lost in like what's possible and maybe don't have the best architecture or the best code. And companies are hesitant because of that. But I think with OutSystems low code, it's always been about you need those expert developers like are watching at home to kind of
Exactly.
stay on top of it. Yeah.
Exactly. And we're really interested to hear your feedback, right? Like we have, for various reasons, we've not been able to open up ODC to a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
That's coming. But I can't wait to get the community feedback.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
want as many folks playing around with ODC and Mentor as possible. So we're working really hard to open that up. That's a huge priority for us. And we really want to get the community's feedback on what they
Yeah.
think.
I will selfishly once again plug user groups. For the past, I would say 3 months, our demo champion, Cecelia, has been running user groups where people have gotten their hands on ODC. And she was just telling me that it's a little nerve-wracking at first because so many people are skeptical, but then it's really exciting to have them leave the room going, oh, it's real. That's amazing.
That's totally it. We've got to just get folks onto the platform and get. It's real.
Yeah,
I can tell you,
it's
it's real. It's real.
It's really
Yeah.
exciting. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Christine.
Thank you for having me. How are you enjoying the show?
Ooh, it's a little stressful, but it's really fun. As soon as I get talking to people, it's really fun. I love having these conversations, chatting about the conference.
Yeah.
I might have asked about 4 times yesterday how everyone enjoyed lunch, but that's what's important to me.
Well, it was a pleasure. Thank you. You guys are doing awesome work, and thank you all to the community. For those of you who couldn't be here, maybe next year we'll have it again. And we're working really hard to get you guys access to the platform, and can't wait to get your feedback.
Absolutely. Thanks again.
Thank you.
So next we have Cecelia and Dawn coming back. Cecelia is taking over as host, and Dawn is going to jump in as another person from the product management team. First, though, we've got a quick video. Thank you.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It is Cecelia here, and I'm super excited to welcome Don Mowbray to the stream. Hi, Don, welcome.
Hi, thanks, Cecelia. Nice to be here.
Yeah, could you introduce yourself for the audience at home?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Don Mowbray. I'm part of the product management team here at OutSystems, working on OutSystems Developer Cloud, ODC. Main areas of work are on the various deployment options we have for OutSystems. So that includes on-prem, private cloud as well, and also an upcoming evaluation edition, which we'll be able to give all of our users a free access to ODC to try out.
Wow, that's very exciting to hear. I know that a lot of people have been actually asking in the chat about ODC, want to learn more about it, how they can get their hands on it. So yeah, excited to dig into that a little bit more. Kind of first curious, how have you been enjoying the conference so far? What's your one experience been like?
It's been a great vibe. This is a fantastic location, fantastic city, obviously. Lots and lots of people here. I've been very privileged to be able to have some customer meetings today and yesterday, and the vibe is great. You know, a lot of excitement around Mentor, obviously.
Absolutely.
One of the customers yesterday described it as a game changer, and they're a big O11 customer today. I won't mention them, obviously, but yeah.
Oh.
So great.
And how long have you been with OutSystems?
I've been with OutSystems for just over 2 years now.
Okay, so have you been to a One conference before?
I was at the one in Lisbon last year.
And how does this year compare? I know it's a much bigger event. Obviously, we've broken our attendance record, but what's been like for you?
Yeah, it feels to me like the energy levels have gone up a notch, if I'm honest. Which obviously, from our point of view, in the product organisation, is a great thing to see, because that means that hopefully we're delivering features and capabilities that customers are excited about.
Amazing. Now, you have a pretty extensive career in technology, right?
Yeah.
You've been OutSystems for about 2 years, but can you tell us about your background before you joined?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure everyone can probably see the grey hairs that are growing on my chin, and that gives some indication about the length of time I've been in the technology industry. Yeah, I've been around. It's just, I think I'm about 26 years in. Is it that long? I can't believe it. But yeah, background. Originally a Java developer, actually, back in the day, in the early days of Java and Java application servers. So I've kind of always been on the infrastructure side, the infrastructure that supports applications, but I've been interested in how that makes application development easier. Java was a great language because it gave the ability to, they called write once, run anywhere. Yes. So this thing of having an agnostic operating system environment, and that's always interested me. And OutSystems is a kind of step level up from that. If you think about the sort of capability that we're providing for application development, there's a huge amount of infrastructure behind that, and that really interests me. Yeah,
and actually, I was curious about that. Why OutSystems? What is it about OutSystems specifically that drew you to the company and to the platform, into the product?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's not an area that I knew. The actual low code concept was something I knew about, and I'd worked with some sort of rudimentary technologies. I won't name the companies that where we had that, but compared to OutSystems, they were relatively rudimentary. But as I said, the real interest to me was with ODC. I mean, I got hired sort of really when ODC was about to be delivered, and then there was like, what can we do to mature that capability in terms of deployment, delivery options for customers? And as I said, my background was infrastructure. It was cloud latterly. It was the sort of application server environment originally. So I thought, well, this is a company that's going to really interest me intellectually, and I think I can probably do some good things to help customers.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that excites me about OutSystems on ODC, but then also about Mentor, is that it's what we call a full cycle. I heard that term yesterday, and I've been loving it. It's really something about not just app creation, like not just generating the application itself, but deployment, maintainability, ensuring that it's scalable, the security and performance of it, all of that is built in. So it's really taking, an entire approach across the entire board there. Yeah. And so, I think that's been really, I think people are excited about that. I come in also from like a testing DevOps background a little bit as well. I'm really excited to see that, because when people think low code, they may think just like the drag and drop, the UI interfaces, but there's so much more to it with ODC. Yeah. Another characteristic about ODC is the cloud native architecture, which we've mentioned a couple times. For people at home who may not be as familiar with cloud native, what are some of the criteria or characteristics of that?
Yeah. Okay. So the native part of cloud native really describes how applications and how the product itself in ODC is built. So it's built using cloud technologies and components, tested end to end, delivered by and run within a cloud framework. So that's in contrast to what you might describe as cloud ready. So applications that are cloud ready are applications that have been adapted to run in the cloud. ODC is something that has been, is a product that's been designed, conceived, architected from the ground up with these components, these cloud components in mind that allow it to be flexible, highly scalable, secure, and performant. One of the other characteristics of a cloud native architecture is this concept of microservices. And microservices really are, and this is throughout ODC. ODC is a whole bunch of microservices that are sort of categorized into certain conceptual areas, whether that's data, whether it's runtime, whether it's platform. and these services can talk to one another, they be integrated, and more importantly, they can be upgraded and enhanced on a regular basis. And that's really one of the key capabilities of cloud native architecture. So we have this concept in ODC of what we call the evergreen platform. The evergreen means we can keep it updated with the latest technologies. Any changes that we need to make to services, we can make on an hourly, minute or minute by minute basis if we need to, but certainly on a very regular basis. And it means that customers have this very robust cloud platform in order to be able to build their applications and then deploy them to the runtime.
Yeah, this is a really modern approach to software development.
Absolutely.
And when we think about the composability of that, right? Having the composability of different microservices that can be independently maintained, like you said, updated without having to redo the entire system or redeploy the entire system. I think that we see that composability across all of ODC in terms of, how you can only bring in the data that you need via data fabric, being able to leverage what we're now called, not modules, but we have apps and libraries to have that composable function for your applications as well. And so it seems like ODC is designed with that modernity of software development just across the entire board. Indeed,
absolutely. And to your point about composability and maintainability, you can change these services and what they do without having to. If you think about the old way of software development, if you wanted to do a release, you're waiting, if you're lucky, 6 months or a year or maybe 18 months to do these upgrades. We are constantly upgrading these services. So it means that, if there are vulnerabilities exposed, which of course sometimes there are, we can fix them. If there are new capabilities that we need to add, we can add them and we can just release it, and actually customers benefit straight away.
Oh yeah, I've definitely worked at companies where, you have, we take a weekend, you shut down the site, you have somebody who has to do that, go through a 35 checklist step process to just deploy a new version of the application. So, if we find a bug and we have a fix, it's got to wait, and the users have to wait for that fix until they can actually release again. So it's really exciting, especially I think for organizations out there that probably have these very complex legacy systems to be able to do that piecemeal. So you mentioned cloud native, you mentioned cloud ready. There's also some different approaches to implementing cloud resources, things like hybrid cloud or private cloud. Can you talk about what some of those are and what that means?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the concept of a private cloud is essentially being able to use cloud services to run your applications where you want them. So, it could be like an on-premise environment or a hosted environment that you have there. And that's in contrast to public cloud, which is obviously using a public cloud provider like AWS or Microsoft Azure to run those services. Now, you could, and hybrid is kind of like a mixture of the two, essentially. But, you could have a public cloud environment that you manage yourself to run certain services, or a private cloud environment to run, the services that we have. And that's really what we're moving towards with one of these deployment options that I've been working on, which is going to be coming in the early part of next year.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. So that was my question. If I know that there's some people, some of our users out there that want to run their ODC applications in a private cloud, and it sounds like that's in development.
Yeah, or on premise, indeed. So with O11 today, we've got many customers here, and I've been speaking to quite a few of them this week who use our O11 self-managed option, which is essentially the whole product that we have for O11, for our OutSystems 11, running on their premises. Okay, and that's still a need for many customers. So customers can't. There are some customers who, for whatever reason, it might be sensitivity of data, it might be to do with the IP that's attached to their applications. It might be to do with strict compliance and security policies. They don't want to use a public cloud environment or a public cloud SaaS deployment like ODC. So what can we do for those customers in ODC that's similar to what we have in O11 today? So that's what we're looking to release in the early part of 2025. Something we're calling ODC self-hosted.
Okay.
Now, ODC self-hosted will allow customers to deploy the runtimes for their applications where they want to run them, right? So if they want to run them on premise, they can do that, put the runtime on premise. If they want to do it in a private cloud, they could do it in a private cloud. If they want to do it in a public cloud that they self-manage, which is how they, similar to what we have in O11 today, they can do that as well. Now, that is the runtimes of those applications. So just to be clear, in ODC, we have this sort of segregation between the runtime and the platform, okay? So these are the runtimes. This is where customer applications sit, is the runtime. All the customer data is held. All the end users will connect into this self-hosted runtime. The platform is where we have our build services, where we have our compiler, and that's where developers will still connect into the cloud platform to build those applications, but then they can deploy them to, a test or QA stage or to a production stage on their premises in their own environment. And they own and maintain and run that environment themselves. They've got complete access to all the data. OutSystems doesn't have any access to that data. So that's in a nutshell our offering for ODC self-hosted. I can go into a bit more detail if we have time, but
yeah, it's really interesting. I know I've seen kind of the architecture diagram where you have ODC Studio, which connects to the platform, which then connects to those isolated stages, right? And so you have the isolated stages for dev testing, but then you also have a separate isolated stage for production, which is where the end users then connect via a separate firewall. And the level of security across all of this is really interesting. Like there's a lot of extensive security built into the architecture of ODC, but I think it sounds good that people can have that flexibility, right?
Exactly.
Because even if you have a very secure platform, you still have those governance requirements or things that are built into your policies that you can't get around. And so I'm sure a lot of customers are going to be really excited to check that out.
The feedback so far has been good. I mean, I was just talking to a customer just now, again, won't name them, who said, we like, in the first release, we're going to have this hybrid model where you develop, so the dev stage remains in our cloud platform in the first release, and then the other stages will be self-hosted. But in a future release, we'll move the dev stage to the self-hosted side as well. So this is a typical way in which ODC is developed, actually, incrementally pushing out releases to meet use cases that we know our customers have over time, and doing it at a fairly fast rate as well. Not, as we said earlier on, the sort of 18-month sort of development cycle, but at a much faster rate. So I would say, if there are customers who say, look, well, we're happy with this, this hybrid model, develop in the cloud, deploy to our infrastructure. If it's not acceptable for them, we will be, changing it further down the line at a fairly fast rate. So, we will be able to meet those requirements, we hope, quite soon.
Yeah, one of the recurring themes across these chats that we've been having with different members of the product team is just how important that feedback is and allowing OutSystems to iterate quickly and get those new features out. Because I know I've seen ODC change over the past year. Like every time I log in, there's something new. I was just talking about Portal earlier. And I think it's also, I'd be remiss if I didn't kind of mention some of the scalability and reliability benefits that come from cloud native as well, right? And so by being able to still leverage the Portal with the build service and the platform, then you get access to things like the load balancers and the auto scaling and high availability areas. The neural transmitter service, NATS, that handles all of that built in.
Autonomic transport service.
That's it. NATS. Yes, I can never remember the autonomic. Yes, but I mean, a lot of that is so fascinating. It's built in, and to try to recreate that yourself for every single environment and all those isolated stages can be really burdensome. And so I think it's exciting to see, like, okay, yes, we have some requirements that force us to, so to speak, not like or that make us use that production environment on our own services, but there's a flexibility that if you did want to leverage those ODC features built in, you can do a combination. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, and just to be clear about that, one of the reasons that customers want to be able to host these applications on premises to do with control and whatever over that environment. And so we're saying, okay, you can have that control. You want to secure it in the way that suits you, suits your industry. And you've got the resources and the teams to do that. Great, well, you can do that. As you say, Celia, that there's still the capabilities of the applications themselves, which will still scale on demand. So you get the benefits of the cloud native deployment within your infrastructure. You've got to scale that infrastructure ultimately. In your Kubernetes cluster, that you will have to be able to scale that or work out how you scale that infrastructure. But the applications themselves will continue to scale as they do in the cloud. So you're getting that benefit from those services that are deployed there.
Wow. Yeah, that's really interesting. I actually, I don't think I realized that. So I'm glad that you clarified. That's perfect.
Okay.
So awesome. Well, yeah, I mean, there sounds like there's a lot coming, down the line in terms of how people can deploy their applications with OutSystems and the options for it. Anything else that you'd like to share? Anything else that the team is working on or that people could maybe get feedback about?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I mentioned in my intro was, so one of the other areas that we're working on, and in fact, we're launching a first version of this, is the ability to give every developer access to ODC for free, so that they can evaluate it and get trained on it. Okay, and that's an area that I'm also working on. So that's one of the areas of my work now. There's an initial offering that's been announced here at ONE this week. There's the next version of that is going to be something that we look at bringing out in the sort of first half of 2025 to give even more access to it. And again, looking at things like Mentor, looking at things like data fabric, you talked about workflows, all those sort of nice features. Customers need to be able to see how these things work. How do they operate? Is it going to be something that will help me improve my business? So they need to be able to understand that. So very exciting to be working on that as well, from my point of view, and hopefully it will bring a lot of value to people.
Yeah, I think, and like you said, it's such a different approach that you really do want to be able to get your hands on it,
Absolutely.
See how it works for you, be able to connect all of your data sources and see what that looks like in action. So I know a lot of people are going to be very excited about that and waiting to hear more. So yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing your insights. I love, nerding out about cloud native and infrastructure. I would say I don't get to do it very often, but honestly, I do.
Always happy to chat about that.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, up next, we have some trivia. So it is time for you to be able to win an OutSystems prize pack. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started with trivia. We'll give you a few minutes here to join. There's a QR code on your screen, or you can go to slido.com and enter code 417-4315. Your name and email are required to enter. That's so we can email you if you win your OutSystems prize pack. And there will be 5 questions that are coming up. They're all about AI, but you don't have to be an AI expert to win. So as long as you are participating and answering the questions, you will be able to have a chance to win that OutSystems prize pack. So all right. So yeah, we'll give you some time to join. Again, this is a chance to win an OutSystems prize pack to be sent to you with some really cool swag. We have some t-shirts, we have some other fun goodies, and so you won't want to miss your opportunity. I do see some people who are joining in, so we'll give another minute here. Again, you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can go to slido.com and enter code 417-4315. Also, as you're getting signed up, please feel free to say hi in the chat, whether you are joining from YouTube or LinkedIn. Pop your message in, say where you're joining from. We're so excited to bring you more interviews and opportunities to win prize packs throughout the day. So please feel free to say hi to us and share where you're joining from. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just 1 minute with our first question. Again, if you haven't connected yet, that's okay. You can scan the QR code and join at any time. Enter your name and email so that we are able to send you your prize pack if you win. All right, so we're going to kick things off now with our first question. Again, you can join at any time, so no problem if you are still getting signed in. The first question is going to be, which of the following types of AI involves creating new text, images, or other media? Is it predictive AI, narrow AI, reactive AI, or generative AI? So get your votes in on which answer you think is correct. Again, which of the following types of AI involves creating new text, images, or other media? Is it predictive AI, narrow AI, reactive AI, or generative AI? All right, we have some votes coming in. We have a popular answer. You still have some time to answer. Again, as long as you are participating, you have a chance to win. So don't be shy. Okay, we have about 15 seconds to get your answer in for question 1. Which of the following types of AI involves creating new text, images, or other media? All right, all answers are now locked in, and the correct answer is generative AI. So generative AI involves creating new text, images, or media, different than the other types of methodologies for AI. Looks like most of you got that one correct. Some other options as well, but again, you don't have to be right to win. Let's take a look at question number 2. So the next question will be, what does LLM stand for in the context of AI? Is it a large language model, a linear learning machine, latent layer mapping, or language learning model? So we'll go ahead and you can get your answers in now for what does LLM stand for in the context of AI? I see Victor in the chat. Hello, Victor and Anita. Thank you for joining. Thanks for saying hi. All right, you have about 30 seconds to get your answers in. Still waiting for a few folks. And again, you can join at any time. So if you're tuning in right now, you can still scan the QR code or go to slido.com and enter 417-4315 in order to register with your name and email for a chance to win an OutSystems prize pack. Last few seconds here to get your answers in for what does LLM stand for in the context of AI. Audience is a little bit split. So let's go ahead and reveal the correct answer, which is large language model. So an LLM is a large language model, and this is the type of model that powers many different AI applications and processes such as ChatGPT or various AI types of agents. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to question 3. We do have 5 questions today for you and chances for you to win. So again, QR code or slido.com 417-4315. All right, we're getting a little bit more difficult here. What does deep in deep learning refer to? Is it the amount of data used in training, the number of layers in a neural network, the complexity of the algorithms used, or the processing power required? So go ahead and open that up for you to enter your answer. What does deep in deep learning refer to? Is it the amount of data used when to train the model? Is it the number of layers in a neural network, the complexity of the algorithm used, or the processing power required? And again, if you'd like to enter to win an OutSystems prize pack by participating in the trivia, scan the QR code or go to slido.com and enter code 417-4315, and you will be able to register with your name and email so we can notify you if you win. All right, looks like we have a few more people who still need to answer, so make sure you get those answers in. You do get credit for participation, so the more questions that you're able to answer, the better. All right, so we are out of time for you to get your answer in. Let's go ahead and reveal the answer. About 75% of you got this one correct. It is the number of layers in a neural network. So a neural network, it refers to a network that is supposed to resemble the brain, essentially, when it's how we think of artificial intelligence. So in deep learning, it's not necessarily the amount of data, which is another popular answer, but it is the number of layers in that neural network. You can think of those like folds in the brain when it comes to AI. All right, so another chance to win. We'll take a look at the question number 4. Which field of AI focuses on enabling computers to interpret and make decisions based on visual data, such as images and video? Is it natural language processing, robotics, computer vision, or speech recognition? Go ahead and scan that QR code or go to slido.com and enter the code in order to answer this question. So we have about a minute here for you to get your answers in. Which field of AI focuses on enabling computers to interpret and make decisions based on visual data such as images and videos? Again, is it natural language processing or NLP? You may hear it referred to, robotics, computer vision, or speech recognition. All right, get your answers in. You have a little bit less than 30 seconds left. And again, you can join at any time. Scan the QR code and join at any time for a chance to win. Okay, looks like there is some competition on the answers. Give a few more seconds here. And all right, the questions are locked in for submission. So the answer here is computer vision. There were a lot of responses for natural language processing. So natural language processing refers to the field of AI that involves recognizing speech. So if you've used, ChatGPT or another interface that allows you to talk to the AI, that natural language processing is essentially understanding what you are saying as a human being and turning that into, taking that prompt and turning it into something more. Computer vision is the field that focuses on enabling computers to interpret and make decisions based on visual data. And this is, you may have seen, for example, if you upload an image and say, what is in this image? Or, and it is able to tell you, oh, that's an image of a beach. That's what computer vision is an example of. All right, so we have one more question for you today on the trivia time for artificial intelligence. Again, this is just one opportunity today for you to win a prize pack. We will have trivia coming up again at 12:15 GMT +2, as well as later in the day, we will have another segment that you'll have a chance to win, and that is at 15:18 or 3:18 p.m. again here local time in Amsterdam. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the last question. Which type of AI model represents data as points in a continuous space, commonly used in tasks like recommendation systems? Is it a decision tree, a convolutional neural network, or a CNN, a random forest, or a vector model? So go ahead and get your answers in now. You have about 1 minute to submit what you think is the correct answer for which type of AI model represents data as points in a continuous space, commonly used in tasks like recommendation systems. Decision tree, convolutional neural network, or CNN, random forest, or vector model. About 30 seconds left to get your answers in for your chance to win a prize pack. Still see votes coming in, and this is very, contested answers. We have multiple different options that people are selecting, so this will be interesting to see what the answer is. Less than 10 seconds left. Get those answers in order to win your prize pack, and then we will reveal the correct answer. All right, so a lot of, again, just selections for decision tree, CNN, and random forest, but the answer is a vector model. So a vector model is data points represented in a continuous space, and you're able to essentially measure the distance between those data points. This is useful for things like recommendation systems or engines, product recommendations, and also for searching, for search results. So thank you so much to everyone for participating, and thank you for playing. Again, we will notify you by email if you've won. And there will be more opportunities to win later on today at Decoded Live. We have a lot coming up for you in the next hour. We are going to be right back shortly with some speakers, Pauline and Lotte. And then after that, we'll have our community panel with Miguel and Snezana, OutSystems PM Nuno, and then some additional speakers, Tiago and Admilson. So make sure that you stick around for the next hour of amazing speakers and panelists, and we will be right back after these short videos.
In 2017, my company was exploring low-code options. We were looking at, OutSystems, Kony, Mendix, Apogee, etc. Just trying to see what we could do to provide more value faster to the business. At that point, I've experienced a few low-code platforms in the past, so I was quite skeptical of it. It's being a full-stack developer. I just kept going, all right, well, where is it going to fail me? Where, if I go off of my, the happy path that OutSystems sets up, where is it going to stop working? And when I decided to really invest myself into OutSystems was when I kept not finding that place. It just kept not happening because everything was very well thought through. If I wanted to customize how a screen looked, I could do that. If I needed to get into using some third-party .NET SDK that didn't have an OutSystems component with it, I could do that. I really just never found the place where it was going to fail the things that I was trying to build. So at that point, I decided to strongly invest myself into OutSystems and the community and take it as far as I could. I can sit down and write a Spring Boot application or an ASP.NET application and provide the value that customers are looking for, but I can't do it as fast as I can with OutSystems. And the amount of value that I can bring to the table just keeps increasing over time.
If you want to build something, if you want to create something custom, we are the place where you can do that with the utmost efficiency and speed. AI Agent Builder is a fantastic piece of technology that it's only possible because it's an augmentation of the already powerful OutSystems local platform. So what we're talking about here is the capacity to integrate with any type of model that exists today, any type of model that are coming in the future. The AI Agent Builder allows customer to build an agent very, very quickly, using their own data and using already patterns that are optimized for maximum performance. It's a complete set of technologies, prepackaged, with a lot of knowledge, a lot of intellectual property that leverage some of the investments that customers already did and some of the innovations that they're probably not aware that we have compiled and integrated in this suite. We want to make sure that the fastest and easiest way to deploy GenAI solutions across all areas of the business is with OutSystems.
All right, welcome back to Decoded Live at One. This is Cecelia Martinez, and I'm excited to welcome Pauline and Lotte to the stream. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, Pauline, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I like to. My name is Pauline Harlinghausen. I'm an OutSystems developer and consultant at AgentBase AG. That is the OutSystems partner in Germany. It's pretty exciting to be here.
Awesome. And Lotte?
Yes, I'm Lotte Kuiper. I'm working at Transfer Solutions. That's a Dutch OutSystems partner. I've been working there for 3 years now as a developer. So.
And Pauline, how do you two know each other or work together?
Yeah, it's pretty nice that we are in partner companies, basically. So we met each other at different work events, see each other talk and give speeches. And that's pretty nice to collaborate.
And Lotte, is this the first time that you've given a talk together, or have you done that before?
Well, rehearsing for this presentation that we're about to do went a bit different than usual because Pauline is based in Germany and I'm in the Netherlands. So we always did a hybrid session. This will be the first time to be on stage together. So that will be interesting. But
great. Yeah. And your talk is all about the developer guide to the AI galaxy. How did you decide to give this talk together? Pauline?
We talked a lot about AI. Lotte studied it, and I was responsible for it in our company as well. So we find it quite fitting, and it's a super interesting topic. A lot of people are afraid to get started with it. So we want to take away that fear and give you small pieces of advice.
Okay. So Lotte, it sounds like the talk is about, kind of entering into AI or working with it for the first time in applications. Is that something that you went through to prepare for this, or is that something that you've experienced recently?
Yeah, definitely. Like we've heard a lot of talks about possible things that you could do with AI. So getting started with real applications and use cases was definitely a challenging thing, but it's gone really well. So I'm really excited about it.
Awesome. Have you two met each other in person before, or is this the first time at one that?
We already
Go
met.
ahead.
Yeah, we already met at different work events, and yeah, we know each other.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of opportunity for OutSystems developers to connect, and within either partner companies or the user groups or various things. So that's really exciting. So aside from, preparing for your talk and getting ready for that, how have you been enjoying the conference so far, Lotte?
I've been enjoying it a lot. Like you're always in your own bubble within your own company, and then you come here and you meet people from around the world. Like I've talked to people from India and America, and seeing what they're working on, it's really inspiring and also fun to meet other people in the field. Yeah, it's been really good. The party yesterday was also great fun. So.
Oh yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about the Neo party?
Yeah,
how was that?
It was great fun. Yeah, it was on a boat in the passenger terminal, actually on the Amsterdam Canal. We were dancing a lot. Yeah, everyone went completely loose. It was so fun to see people in an informal setting, just enjoying the night. Had lots of fun. Yeah.
Pauline, did you go to the Neo party as well?
Yeah, it was so fun, and we also invited a lot of people there. So we met different people and just like, yeah, come to a presentation, and if we have a backline where everybody is sitting with sunglasses on, you know why.
Yeah. I did see a video last night on WhatsApp of Neo jumping up and down and dancing with the crowd. So it looks like it was quite a party.
He was the center of attention, definitely, in front of the DJ, and everyone was just dancing around him. It was so fun to see.
That's amazing. Yeah, and I think I've kind of worked with a lot of different developer communities, but OutSystems developers are very fun. They like to have a good time. So that's great, and I'm really glad that everyone's had the chance to connect and get together. So how does it, especially with it being here in the Netherlands, is that like extra special for you?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, last year, I mean, we were in Lisbon, of course, and then having it in Amsterdam and meeting people in the train that are also on their way here has been really cool. And having it in our capital is fun as well. And we have a lot of Dutch people. I think we have 1,000.
Wow.
Or maybe Dutch people attending. So seeing them from different partners and people that I know from the user group has been really fun to see them here.
Yeah, and we did, we hit an attendance record this year. So we have well over 2,000, almost 3,000 people. And so it's really amazing when you walk up to the RIDE Convention Center and you see the banners and you see the flags and everyone has their badges and their OutSystems gear on. And it really feels like you're surrounded by your community. So
yeah, definitely.
And I want to talk a little bit more about your presentation, which is coming up later today. Your talk is all about OutSystems and AI, including some real world use cases and best practices. Now, when I was scheduling these live stream interviews, I asked everyone, what sessions do you want to attend so that we can avoid them? And a lot of people said your session. It sounds like it's a very popular talk. So what do you think that this topic resonates so much with developers? Pauline, if you want to take that one?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic. It's a little bit new to a lot of people because in your daily basis, it's really rare that companies say, okay, please try out something with AI. So everybody is excited, but also a little bit nervous about it. So we want to take away that fear. And I think we did a good job in writing down our summary, what we're going to say. And everybody is excited to get started themselves and get inspired, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's something that a lot of developers, it's such a new thing, right? And especially if you're working with large clients who maybe have more legacy systems or more complex projects, they don't know how safe it is or what the best way is to integrate it. And you mentioned that you are covering some real world use cases. Lotte, can you speak to some of what those use cases are that you're covering in your talk?
Yeah, sure. So the first use case that we have is about going through a checklist, and we're doing that hands-free. So it's also doing a speech-to-text conversion. And then when we started developing it, we were like, it's so difficult to handle human language in an OutSystems app. Thinking about it a bit further, we're like, Gen AI. Yeah, that's really good at interpreting human language. So then we try to work that out, and we've incorporated into that application. So we can just speak in natural language, and then the checklist will be filled in automatically afterwards. So that's been really cool to figure out, especially as the first AI application that we've developed and the first ODC application that we were working on. So a big day and project of first, but really cool. Yeah.
Pauline, how was it working with ODC for the first? Was it the first time for you as well?
Yes, it was the first time that we tried it in our company, and it's so interesting because it was at the very beginning. So AI was also in the beginning, and we don't have a lot of researchers where we can look up stuff. Yeah, in ODC, had a big project with it, so yeah, it was quite a good thing to get started with it. And yeah, AI is always a good solution to extend applications. Yeah.
Interesting. I also like that, the reason that you used AI was because the problem required it, right? You were focused on the outcome and you said, oh, you know what? AI would work for this, because I think some developers, they just want to use AI. Or some companies, they just say, oh, we'll just use AI for this or use AI for that, but they don't necessarily know what to use it for. So I love that was very outcome oriented, and it was a really strong use case for it. And so as you went through that process, what were some of the things that you ran into that were difficult, or the challenges that you faced? Lots of you want.
Well, using an AI at first is pretty easy, but configuring it in a way that you actually get the result that you want takes more time than we expected. Like, we all know that prompt design is really a important deal of setting up your AI, but you have to iterate over and over again. Also make sure that it only returns things that you want it to return, not start to come up with things. So those are all challenges that we ran into along the way. We try to overcome. But
yeah, those famous AI hallucinations, right, are always
definitely
a challenge. And Pauline, were there any resources that you used to learn more about how to implement AI, or was it a lot of just trying things out?
It was a lot of trying out and asking the AI itself. So it was a little bit of a group work there. What do you need to give us the result that we want? Prompt designing is basically a completely new form of developing. So yeah, we have to learn that as well. But I think we have a good solution for that, and we will talk about that as well, so that everyone can benefit from our first tries.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So I want to make sure that people at home watch the recording of your session then to learn more about that solution. They'll be available online, all those session recordings in a few weeks. So check those out. I want to dig a little bit more into just, your relationship with AI and the development experience. Have you found that AI is changing how you develop applications, Pauline?
Yeah, I think so. So you have a different approach. You have a little helper next to you who can basically help you deciding things where you don't find the error in your code, or if you need some kind of inspiration or anything like that. That is pretty helpful to have a little guy beside you who can tell you the things that you want to know.
Yeah. And Lotte, how about you? Have you been using any AI tools as your development process?
Yeah, we were talking about this right before we got on the stream, actually, that I'm using ChatGPT almost for everything, just for the validation part. It's so handy if you're not sure where your error is because you missed a semicolon or something, or you don't know how to figure it out exactly. It's so smart in that. It's just takes a second and it helps you along quickly. It's great.
Yeah, and I think it's been exciting to see additional advancements in terms of automatically making suggestions when build errors happen, right? So, in ODC, there is the Mentor Code Studio code analysis, right? And it reviews, oh, you had an error here, or you have a vulnerability here, and it automatically gives you recommendations for how to fix it. And so I'm excited for that as well, because it even takes out that level of interaction. It's just all automatic. So I think we're just now starting to see all the things that are going to come. And so I ask ChatGPT things all the time. And so, and then did you have any, hesitations about using AI though, when you first started? Maybe lots of you would.
Not really. Yeah, as Pauline just said, I studied AI before starting working with OutSystems, so I was aware that you shouldn't dump your entire data set in and be aware of what you're sending. So I was mostly excited. I know that it became available online, ChatGPT, and I was refreshing the page until I could access it and try it out. So I was more excited than hesitant, but I stayed mindful. I think that's the most important thing. don't try everything out with AI, but for sure, just give it a go. Yeah.
Yeah, like we were talking about, it's a tool, right? So if you have the right problem that you need to solve, then it's a good tool to use. And
definitely.
So, Pauline, you mentioned that this was kind of the first time that you were leading this project at your organization. Now that it's kind of gone well, do you think that there'll be more in store for you? Are you taking on more AI-related projects?
Absolutely. We have a pretty interesting one in our second use case of the presentation. We are implemented into our existing traditional application AI to take pictures of your invoice and then just upload it, and every information of that invoice will filled into a form. So you don't have to find all the expenses that you made and write it down, or looking for any information where the fuel was or anything. So AI will do that for you. That is so interesting, and our colleagues love us for that. So
yeah,
that's really nice.
Every time I have to manually re-enter something that you've already uploaded, it's always a pain. So and so I have to ask, we have just about a minute left, but I want to ask both of you what you thought of the announcement about Mentor yesterday. I'll start with you, Pauline, and then Lotte.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. It's such a new opportunity for us to develop on a different level, to get faster and better, basically. So I'm so curious how it's going to work in real life, because we all have our different use cases in mind that we want to try out. Yeah, looking forward.
Yeah, and you like?
Yeah, I'm really excited as well. I've been thinking about it since it was still called Morpheus, so I have to keep in mind it's Mentor now. But it will be great taking the annoying work out of her hands. Yeah. Now it's already easy to click and drag and drop, and if you're just learning how to write it out really well, and then it being able to create it for you will be such a game changer. Yeah, I really want to try it out. But
awesome. Yeah, well, you all are already working with ODC, so you're kind of ahead of the curve already. So, well, good luck with your talk today.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for being here on stream. And I'm sure everyone's going to be really excited to watch the recording later at home as well.
Great. Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we will be back in just a moment. We are going to have a community panel with Miguel and Snez from our community team right after this short video.
All right, we are back. We've done a host switch. I'm Eliza, and I'm joined by Miguel and Snezana. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Hello, everyone. I'm Snez, and I'm leading the community growth team and also social impact efforts.
Hello, everyone. I'm Miguel. I lead the developer relations team, also called VP of Developers. And it's really great to be here talking to you all.
Amazing, amazing. We talked to Christine earlier this morning. We referenced the chat you had with her at the last ONE conference, just a couple months into her tenure. Miguel, what do you think makes the OutSystems developer community so special and unique compared to others?
Well, it's hard. There's a lot of things. For me, what makes it even more special is the fact that we all support each other. There's a lot of people helping new members. There's a lot of champions and MVPs and mentors, and we have this whole network of people that mainly just want to give back to the community, and they want to help the new developers coming in reach their full potential and use OutSystems to its full potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked with Daniel and Helena yesterday, and I asked the question, you give back a lot to the community. How does it help your career? And they were like, no, we just like giving back. And I was like, okay, all right. Snez, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I agree. And not only that, developers give back to the community, they give back to society as well.
Very true. Thank you for segueing into this next question. Social impact is becoming a more significant part of community building initiatives, both for OutSystems and for every company. Why do you think it's important for community functions to have a focus on social impact?
Well, when we think about community, we know the community is a group of people that are connected over, mutual shared interest or a tool or product. And then when you narrow that down, people, the community are people, so humans, they have values, they're led by values and beliefs that they have. And then belonging to a certain community, working with a certain product, they're experts in that field. So if you give them opportunity to do something good with their own skills, what they're best at, and actually something that is aligned with their values and do something that is led by purpose, they're going to embrace it immediately because it's just in a human nature. And then that obviously helps. It's like a triple win situation where it helps your product because you're evangelizing your product among the different organizations and communities. On the other side, it contributes to the society because you're supporting nonprofits, you're supporting disadvantaged communities, and then community as well have opportunity to give back and to use their skills in the service of good.
Excellent answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just did the Build for the Future Hackathon Awards yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about participation and the award and how that went?
Yes. Build for the Future Hackathon 2024 was the biggest ever. So I'm very proud. We are very proud of it. We had 72 teams, which means we had more than 330 developers working on applications. That means that 1 week we have 300 developers just focus on building application for their nonprofit or a use case that's going to be, beneficial for the society. And I don't know anyone who had opportunity to work with hackathons know that then when it comes to submissions, you receive a huge drop down. Yeah, people don't finish, they don't have time. And we actually have 95% of submissions. So we have to go. It's good. And then at the same time, it's like, we have to check 65 applications, right, to do the evaluation. And then we come to another thing, which I think Miguel said yesterday also in the keynote was,
we want them all to win.
Yeah.
That's how easy it is.
Exactly. Right? We were like, how we are going to do this? Because they're so good technically, then there are also important things they're supporting. So then we decided to just give everyone opportunity. We will have winners, but then whoever of the teams wants to continue working on their applications, we're actually going to give them that opportunity. And like I always said, everyone wins.
Everyone wins. Yeah,
Could you tell us about the winner at all?
Yes, the winning application is from our partner Axions. They created an application that is supporting children with autism.
Amazing.
They're using AI-powered tool to transform their imagination, their thoughts into music. So they use music generation, and it's proven that children with autism easily connect with music and melodies than maybe with words, and maybe it's easier for them to express their feelings. So, and they actually have a nonprofit in Portugal that is working with children with autism. So it's going to have a very good application there.
That's amazing. I have to admit, some of the projects people make on OutSystems are amazing, but the most fun ones are always part of Build for the Future Hackathon. Like, they're much more exciting to talk about.
No, absolutely. We actually had the winner from last year, Just Dig It, come on stage. They work on regreening. So they have a platform that they've built with OutSystems to evangelize in Africa, in the desert regions, how to regreen the land by digging in a certain way and treating trees in a certain way. And Carl actually brought 2 shovels on stage. And so there's a picture of us with shovels on stage. That
we are officially diggers.
We're officially diggers. We were nominated yesterday, officially diggers.
And actually, the shovels he gave you, the one of them, is the one that was used in Africa
Wow.
Yeah, they're actually, we're going to have it in the office.
Yeah,
It's gonna
we're
be-
bringing it
it's
to
gonna
the
be really
office.
great.
And it's
Okay, this answers a major question I had, which was why Sneh had a shovel on the floor today. So Miguel, how do you encourage developers to get more involved in the OutSystems community?
Oh, they don't need a lot of encouragement, as I said, but effectively, what I see is that it grows everybody, right? Yesterday we talked about our mentorship program, right? So we have people giving back as mentors, but we also have a lot of mentees, which are people that are looking for that extra skill that they need, and it's not just OutSystems skills. It could be, something else that you need, like personal skills or specific UX, UI, or other areas. And one of the good things, for example, about the mentorship program is that because you have a human in front of you and you're not following a guided path, you can actually help in the areas that they need the most or they feel they need more help. So it's really good to have to reach out to engage with the mentorship program and the other programs that we have, because you will get and receive the help that you need.
Absolutely. Build that network.
Yes.
Sneh, how do you encourage developers to get more involved with social impact programs?
Well, like Miguel said, they don't need encouragement. It's amazing because we set goals. For example, for hackathon, we want to have this many teams, and then every year we have much more. And we are like, okay, let's set a higher goal next year, and then they even alter. So I think that it's in human nature to help.
Yeah.
And, when it comes to social impact, it's very easy. And for example, now at ONE, we have 4 nonprofits that we are supporting since the first Build for the Future hackathon. And it's very nice to see that on one side, them, even though they're not technical people, they don't have IT departments. So they're here purely to see what we are doing, to share their organization mission. But they're getting so much value because they're saying there's so many people interested in our work, because then we have attendees who are like, okay, we have nonprofits. Let's see if we can do something with them, because they want to help. And there is a kind of a competition of, we talk with so many people, we don't know who we are going to work with. And that's just amazing. So I think the community overall works like that, but I think especially OutSystem community has this need to be supportive,
to do good with their skills.
Exactly. So they don't need encouragement.
So what you're telling me is that both of your jobs are very easy.
Yeah, we just sit down and sip margaritas.
No, it's funny. You're talking about you're having more and more success with the Build for the Future hackathon. Cecelia and I were talking about this earlier. This live stream is going much better than we could have ever imagined, which means we might have to do it again in the future. And it's a little scary. So you both have been spending a lot of time on the floor. You in the social impact booth, you in the MVP champion
I'm
community
a little bit
booth.
everywhere.
While you're not on stage, because you both had moments on stage.
Right.
What are you hearing from the crowd?
Well, I hear a lot of excitement with this mentor announcement and all the stuff that it can do. There's people already. I was talking to the UX lab, and they were saying, "Oh, people are trying to break it. These guys put this requirement document in Dutch, and it went through anyway, and they built the application." So everybody's very excited about what we can do. I'm also hearing some concerns, right? Some questions. It's like, what about me as a developer? If AI is going to be able to do everything that we do, then do I have a job in the future? And it was very interesting because this morning we had the analyst from Gartner, Oleg, actually explain how the cycle of demand for this is continued to grow, and developers are not going away. They're just going to have to evolve to be closer to the business, like local developers are. That's effectively code generation and everything that is traditional code is very quickly going to become obsolete. It was actually quite an interesting claim. And then developers are going to have to evolve to be much closer to the value that they provide much closer to the business, and that's already what developers are doing in OutSystems, right? So I guess we have a leg up there on that one. So good news for the developer community. On that.
Absolutely. Sneh, have you heard any exciting buzz?
Well, I'm heard much less technical things because people talk to me about the social impact, about training. So I think one thing that is very important, we also announced yesterday in the keynote, is the AI translation and opportunity to have training and documentation and support in different languages. We even have people asking, hi, we do developer schools in German, in French, and it's nice because you see there is a need. So we might need to localize more of our training efforts.
Absolutely.
And that means that, people, and with AI, we are definitely going to be it's going to be much easier.
And it's going to be easier to participate effectively.
Exactly.
And more inclusive too.
Yeah. So that was definitely one of the things that I hear a lot. And it's good because that means that we can support more people again, have more people on board, and be more inclusive in what we do.
Wonderful. I love that. I love that. So this is for you both as we sort of wrap up. Is there anything you'd like to say to the OutSystems developer community who are watching and listening?
Well, in the wise words of Pink Floyd, I wish you were here. And don't worry, because we're going to be releasing a lot of talks. But I also would like to take the opportunity to thank you and Cecelia and all the crew behind this amazing event to make sure that everybody in the community is feeling a little bit like they were here in one. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, joining the congratulations. You're doing a very good job. And for the OutSystems community, I just want to say, keep changing the world with us.
Okay. Well, I'm just getting the signal from my co-host now that our next guest is missing. So we're not wrapping up. We're going to keep going.
Okay, well, awesome.
So I know I'm keeping you from lunch right now. The crowd is getting very loud. There's lots of plate noises happening. How's everyone enjoying the food at One?
Well, that's good because a lot of people are afraid that Dutch food is not as good as Portuguese food. So we had that. But yesterday, the food was awesome. I really, really enjoyed the lunch. And of course, so in this case, for me, I'm like going to the customer dinner and partner dinner.
Yes,
so
of course.
I usually have like 3 dinners. One of the things I really enjoyed yesterday was the party. The party was awesome. I don't know if you talked about it already.
We haven't.
You haven't? Okay.
No.
So that is awesome. The party was definitely one of the highlights. There was a big crowd. Maybe Sneh, you were there more time than I was. Maybe you can
the whole
explain.
time. No, it's a lot of fun because if you really think about a party with developers, you are going to imagine a bunch of guys sitting there and drinking beer. Well, that's what it. Where on contrary, it's like that's my imagination. Yes. But then at the end, it's just this crazy party. People are having a lot of fun, a lot of good music, a lot of diversity. So it's not just a bunch of guys; it's just a bunch of cool people having fun and connecting in a very informal way. So it was really, really a good place to be.
I was actually surprised by the attendance of the analyst talk this morning, but no, the room was packed, and it's a really, really good session.
Was it a nice boat to be on?
Yes, absolutely. It was almost a party room, right? It had like a mezzanine on top and the dance floor on the bottom. It was really good.
I actually heard a
There was
comment.
a champagne tower too.
Oh my goodness.
That one was good.
Champagne glasses,
Yeah.
so
Champagne
very
glasses
fancy.
everywhere. It was pretty
Oh my gosh. Maybe that'll convince some of our viewers to attend next year.
Yes, next year. Bigger party.
Yeah.
Bigger boat.
Someone said, "Oh, actually, it was nice." I was like, "What do you mean? Actually, it was nice." Like, well, I thought we were going to be in this, I don't know, construction boat or something like that. But actually, it was a very fancy place.
It was, it was really good.
And I think there was a video of Neo dancing on the boat.
Yes, Neo was there.
Did we have any thoughts on Neo's dancing abilities?
Well, I have to tell you, Neon's been amazing. I've seen him everywhere. This morning, he was a little bit out of it. I don't know if you saw the video, but he was kind of having some trouble on the stage with Paulo. He might have drank a little bit. I'm not sure, but
we didn't give him any.
No, he was fine. He was fine. but it was it's been great to have Neo here, and everybody's been interacting, taking a lot of pictures, and it's been an amazing host.
Yes, and actually we have a baby at the conference.
Oh, yes.
So I just want to give a huge shout out to a mother very dedicated to her career. She came to take a certification. She's at the conference. She brought a baby and a babysitter. And then Neo came also to entertain and to be with the baby while mother was at her certification exam.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
These are the stories that make this kind of events.
Well, I have just seen my next guest appear, so we're okay. We don't have to keep thinking of new questions. Thank you both so much for being with us.
Thank you.
So right after this video, I am going to be joined by our principal product manager on the OutSystems team, Nuno. See you in a bit.
Hello?
Updating progress! Oh, what? What's going on?
You okay?
Yeah, all good. Just rolling out a security patch.
Oh, thanks. What happens to all the apps built on your platform while you're doing that?
They go down too. We all take a nice little low-code siesta together. That's not how you do it?
Actually, I'm pushing a platform update right now.
What? But that was so fast, and you're so awake. And your apps?
They run independently from the platform, so no downtime, no disruptions, everything just sort of happens.
Oh, you're doing that, what's it called? Evergreen thing, right?
Yep. It's all part of our modern, low-code, cloud-native architecture.
Nice. Yeah, we're also cloud-native. Thank you.
So, cloud-native, that's awesome. So you auto-scale cloud resources based on application load.
Oh, no. You see, our customers really seem to enjoy guessing how many cloud resources they need to rent from us at any given time.
Ooh. That sounds less like cloud native and more like cloud naive. You know what I mean? Hey, man.
What? What are you saying? What? Sorry. You scale automatically?
Yep. Vertical scaling, horizontal scaling, it all just happens. So what exactly is it that makes you cloud native again?
No idea, but it's on our website, so look, I love to chat more, but I got to get this patch out. Do you mind?
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. Hey, buddy, I think it's time for your interview.
Just 5 more minutes.
All right, we're back after kind of a long video. That was a nice break for me. I've got with me Nuno from our product management team. Nuno, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, sure. Great to be here. Thank you, first of all. And so, my name is Nuno Carneiro. I'm a product manager here at OutSystems. My role as product manager is focused on AI, so artificial intelligence. That's the area of focus I mainly work on. So at OutSystems, we have two main areas, let's say, where we work with AI, right? So there's, if you see Mentor, there's Mentor and AI for software development acceleration, developer productivity, AI-assisted development.
Sure.
But there's also another side, which is AI inside applications. So how can we make sure customers build apps that are smart apps that are AI-powered? Yes. So I've been working a little bit on both. During the past year, I worked on AI Mentor System and AI Agent Builder, for example.
Nice.
And I think I'm mostly focused nowadays on AI Agent Builder. That's where I spend most of my time, making sure our customers can build.
This conference is a little bit all about you, huh?
It's been good to see some products you work on up on stage being presented.
Yeah, I was talking to Dan this morning, and he was like, nothing I've worked on is being presented this year, but maybe next year. So that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
You had a talk yesterday, right? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I had a talk on exactly AI-powered applications. The talk was with, we had a guest customer from Roche, the big pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
They're a fantastic customer. And Prasoon Paliwal, their global informatics product manager, has built an application on OutSystems that uses Gen AI. And there's about, I think, 5,000 employees of Roche that use it every day to access Gen AI and do many kinds of things with Gen AI, from writing emails, user stories, helping them solve meeting problems, many different mini productivity hacks during the day they use Gen AI for. They use that through their app on OutSystems. Basically, great, huge success story. So the talk was basically Prasoon showing this app. I let him talk the most because it was such a great story, right? If you have fantastic customers, you let them talk. And then I also explained how other customers can do the same with our product capabilities like AI Agent Builder.
Yeah, that really ties into Decoded Live, because we actually had the Roche team on our second episode of Decoded Live to talk about
fantastic.
AI. They also came to one of our developer days, which we talked about yesterday, or earlier today. We talked about developer days. So yeah, it's a very cool application. One of the things they teased at developer days was you could go into the chat and eventually and say, hey, I want to book vacation time. And an agent would help you.
Exactly. Yeah.
That sounds much better than using the tools we have now.
Exactly. And that's what OutSystems is all about, right? Creating new experiences.
Yes.
And making sure people have Gen AI at the tip of their hands. So everyone in the organizations, for organizations who use OutSystems, we want to make sure they can use Gen AI very easily.
Absolutely. So we've got the Roche example. What are some other real world use cases where AI Agent Builder can empower developers to create apps?
Yeah. So we've seen Gen AI being used in customer support very heavily. So automatic answers, for example, helping people write answers as well, or even getting insights on what people are asking support about. That's the whole field of customer support is prime for Gen AI usage. That's one area. Another one is in sales, field enablement, right? So making sure people who are out there contacting the customers, either from marketing or from sales, always have the right information, right context. So we have Gen AI surfacing the right information about companies and organizations at the right time. So that's in the end what Gen AI is good for, is making sure you have the right information at the right time in context to help you make decisions and build new experiences for you and your internal employees or for end users and customers.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're working a lot on making the software of the future, right? How do you see the future of AI-powered apps evolving, both for developers and those end users?
Yeah, so there's tons of use cases, right? I was just getting started in customer support and sales, and there's tons of use cases. And how it's moving towards the future, I think we'll see more and more of those. Like every use case will see AI being infused. It's going to be like an intelligence layer that's going to be part of our day-to-day. We won't even notice anymore probably in the future. And yeah, apps are going to become smarter, and we'll have more and more of these agents, these smart autonomous agents that are helping us make decisions. So as an example, you could have an agent that's here helping you Decoded Live. You want to ask questions about me, for example. I'm your next guest. You would have your own agent and you could ask you questions about me.
I've had to many times make up fresh questions on the spot. So that would have been very, very helpful.
Yep.
I'm sure everyone is getting tired of me asking about lunch. So how does OutSystems and the AI Agent Builder specifically make it easier for developers to experiment with and incorporate AI into their applications?
Yeah, so really what we've done with AI Agent Builder is we went around and we talked with a lot of customers during the last year. Ever since ChatGPT came out and the Gen AI craze started, we went out and we talked to everyone out in the field, all our customers, and we understood there was this, basically everyone had the same issue, which was their CEO, their CIO was telling them, hey, go find out what you can do with Gen AI,
Yes.
right? And we built OutSystems to help them do that, figure out what they can do with Gen AI, what proof of concepts they could do to infuse Gen AI in their business process, like we spoke before, but also how can they scale this across the organization? So we want to enable success stories like we have from our own internal team, where we define patterns and we're able to create agents that serve multiple use cases and can really accelerate this digital transformation inside organizations. So that's what AI Agent Builder is for, and what Mentor and ODC is for, is help organizations transform themselves with AI helping in that process as well.
Nice. Yeah, the buzz has made the AI kind of trickle down from the C-suite to the developers at so many of our customers. So it's exciting that OutSystems can enable it.
There's really great use cases. So there's all the hype, of course, But if you take away the hype, there's really very powerful use cases where you create new customer experiences with AI.
Yeah.
And you create automations where you revise your process and you're able to do things much faster versus what you had before. So we're true believers in the technology.
Nice.
And we really bullish on how a local platform can help you get there. Because in the end, AI needs a lot of data. AI needs to know your business functions and your code that's internally in your organization. And that's what you need a local platform for, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
that's how OutSystems comes in and helps this AI transformation.
Nice. So I don't want to pressure you into saying anything you're not supposed to, but is there anything exciting on the roadmap for AI at OutSystems that our developers at home can keep an eye out for?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I hope you heard the keynote yesterday. Our audience heard the keynote. So we presented Mentor. That's the first full software development lifecycle digital worker actually out there in the market.
Yeah.
So it's the first time you have a full AI that's helping you across the whole software development lifecycle, from the creation of application all the way to the true deployments and to the maintainability of applications. We're going to continue building on top of that, building new features into Mentor on the application development side, application generation, on the code analysis side, for example, try to bring that in a more integrated way in our platform. The agent creation, like I said, giving more and more powerful capabilities to these agents. So that's where we're going
Very
with
exciting.
Mentor.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think we've shared it at multiple points. You can sign up to be to look at the new features. You can
exactly.
be part of ODC training and get your hands on it. So
there's an early access program for Mentor. And we have applications open now, so the audience is free. I don't know where the QR code or the link for that is.
Me neither. I'm sure it's somewhere on
somewhere
LinkedIn.
on our website on LinkedIn, yeah, you can sign up.
Okay, so just one last. Oh yeah.
A lot of signups already. It was crazy. Yesterday, everyone taking their phones out during the keynote completely blew our expectations, and it's only growing.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard developers going up to the developer relations team and saying, "Get me in, get me in, get me in." So yeah, that's exciting. Have you spent much time on the floor between your sessions on stage?
Yeah, I've mostly been down there. We have a booth for AI where I answer customers' questions and help them understand our product. Yeah.
What's the energy been like?
There.
Oh,
yeah, fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
So anything else you'd like to share with our audience today?
Yeah, just keep an eye out for new things that are coming. We're working on very exciting new capabilities for AI agents, new capabilities in Mentor. And 2025 is going to be a great year.
Amazing.
And we're looking forward to enabling more of our customers to do more with OutSystems.
Yeah, absolutely. And anything you can say to kind of encourage people, if they can, to come to future in-person conferences?
Well, I can only highly recommend it. This is really a fantastic event. I bet you've shown how the atmosphere looks like down there. It's like hundreds of people everywhere, everyone talking OutSystems, exchange of information, people learning. So we just had a great talk, for example, on Gen AI use cases from one of our VPs of digital transformation. Great use cases and examples that go beyond the technology, right? You also learn how you do change management, how you do organize your team for success, right? So it goes even beyond the technology. And here's the place where you can have this, exchange these notes and learn how to go beyond the technology for business transformation.
Great answer. Thank you so much for being with us today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
So up next, we are going to have a couple speakers join us to talk about their talks. They are both from the company Moxie, which I've been told is not the soda that tastes weird. It's a totally different company, so don't worry. All right, joining me now, just sitting down, is Tiago and Admilson in their great company swag. This is beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The blue is great. It's lovely. Yeah. I'm from Porto, so this blue suits me very well, actually.
Nice. Are you also from Portugal?
Yes, but she's saying that because of football teams.
Oh, of course. Yes, yes.
No, but
Yeah.
this color is way better than Porto.
I log into a lot of calls with my colleagues at OutSystems, and they have the football team flags and
Yeah.
pennants
Yeah.
and scarves behind them. Yeah.
Just don't listen the ones from Benfica. Because those are dangerous people. So we need to be careful with them.
Okay, why don't you introduce yourselves before we get too far in?
So I'm Tiago Cavalheiro. I'm tech lead at Moxie, and I've been working with OutSystems for the past 6 years. And that's it. The past 3 years, primarily with APIs, and now doing a presentation about it.
Yeah. So I'm Admilson Tavares. I have more than 10 years of experience with OutSystems, actually. Currently, I'm the head of expert service at Moxie. In the past, I've played several roles like developer, tech lead architect, and a lot more. So, been a bit all over the place. And I actually spent some time in the Lisbon office from OutSystems. So it was actually a great school, allowed me to learn a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the best guys. So be able to learn how to do some cool stuff.
Nice, nice. So can you tell the audience a little bit more about Moxie? Kind of what type of services do you provide as a partner?
Yeah, sure. So Moxie is this boutique because we are really focused to provide the best service to our customer. We pay very attention to the quality. We have around 50 or 60 people, but we are just focused in OutSystems. So we are specialized in OutSystems. We don't use other languages. So that allows us to provide quality. And we have people, I'm not the one from the company with the most experience. We have people with 20 years of experience, more with almost all those with OutSystems. So it's a company that really has a lot of knowledge in terms of OutSystems. And so we offer project delivery, stuff like team augmentation. So if a client wants to increase their capacity in terms of OutSystems, we also offer that. And besides that, since we have a lot of experience, we also offer expert service. So if a customer feels that they are not taking the best advantage of OutSystems, we can help them with code assessments, architecture assessments, code reviews, code migrations. For example, from OutSystems 11 into Odyssey, we actually have the migration ready badge, Odyssey migration ready badge. So
very nice.
We have good baggage in terms of OutSystems.
Nice, nice. So what do you each enjoy the most about working with OutSystems?
Well, that's a funny story. When I left college, I asked my family for advice on what to do next. And my uncle told me about OutSystems, like a big tech company, Portuguese, try it. I went to study about it, and the first opportunity I got, I grabbed it, and like it was 6 years ago. So since then, that's all I've done. It helps us implement faster and give us time to really think about the solutions, not
wonderful
those several nights battling the code. Here you can actually think about what you want to do and how to implement it.
Yeah.
So that's why I really like it and been enjoying so far.
Yeah, you're solving the problems, not
Yes.
typing
Yeah.
so much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you both are talking this afternoon, correct?
We are.
Well, thank you for coming on the show before your talk. That's very impressive.
Oh, no.
I'm sure you're a little bit stressed out.
We got this.
Okay,
I actually had to talk, so
Okay.
the
All
first
that.
one was the first challenge. It's like I reached the top of the mountain, so from there on, it's good. So
Yeah, you can do anything now.
I'm good. Yeah, for sure, I can. This was a big challenge, but now Tiago will be the first session on the afternoon. But he's more prepared than me, so
Okay,
it will
good.
be great.
Could you tell us a little bit about your sessions?
Yes, the session is about an application to log APIs. So we more and more are using APIs in our applications with architecture, service-oriented architecture. And it's important for us to understand what's really happening. And many times developers don't have a way to do it. And to tell another funny story. I was at Moxie. We have several events to meet everyone, and me and Admilson were talking about the difficulties we had on our customers, and we realized that we were both using the same solution and logging application, and so we started talking to each other and started building our own app.
Nice.
Yeah. If you guys, the ones that are here, if you can attend, I think you'll really enjoy it because we are proud of what we have there. So it will be great. It will be
Wonderful.
great.
Yeah, we will be releasing recordings in a few weeks to a month. I cannot
Yeah,
give
the
a
ones,
date, but
apologize everyone that is watching us outside of the one. But you will be able
you'll
to
see it eventually.
afterwards.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
worry.
Exactly.
We'll share our knowledge.
Yes.
Nice. So how has your experience been so far here at One?
To be honest, I'll be fully honest. I only attended 12 of the sessions because I was trying to prepare myself.
He was nervous.
I even did a yoga moment today so that I could be relaxed. But I really enjoyed the mentor one. And so the mentor one was great for me because we always heard that OutSystems is investing a lot in terms of AI. And this is the first product that we actually see that is game changer. So it will also reshape the way we approach software developer. And I think it's also a heads up for us developers because we need to keep evolving. We need to follow evolution. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. So, and the session that we had today was actually good because I think a lot of us that were here were, okay, so these do a lot of stuff. So what are our role now? And we had one session, which is from Gartner, which is really cool to address what will be the future role of low code. So we still have a place to be in the AI future with our low code skills.
Wonderful.
Yes, that's basically.
What about you?
Well, for me, this was the first event, and right as a speaker. So it's an important one for me. And again, a really important one because of Mentor. It's a really big step in OutSystems. And I really like this presentation today to see how we are going to be there with AI. Because I'm a big defender of AI because I know in 10 years it will be our life, our daily life. So it was nice to understand what will be our role in it.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the energy at the conference? Have you spent much time talking to other people, that kind of thing?
Oh, for me, this has been some awesome days because as I told you, I worked at the OutSystems Lisbon office. So I met a lot of people that I was not seeing. I haven't seen them from a long time.
Yeah.
So I'll be able to connect, talk experience, talk about where they are in their lives. They still use OutSystems, work with OutSystems. So it has been amazing actually to connect to all these people and feel this energy, right? One thing is to see the videos at home. Another thing is to be here and really feel all this energy, and it's really great.
Yeah, Admilson is kind of famous here. Everyone comes and talks to him.
No, more or less. But yeah, I know some people.
So this is my first time ever showing a comment on screen, but you can see people are proud of you from home. Mariana. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you for watching.
Mariana is awesome. She has a great energy, and she shares all that energy with us. So it's one of the people that we want to have around.
You got a lot of commenters talking about Moxie and the two of you. So thanks for drawing the crowd.
This is the OutSystems community. So a lot of support. Thank you everyone for the love.
Yeah, well, and thank you all for giving me my first opportunity to highlight a comment. That was very exciting.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so anything else you'd like to kind of share with the audience that's watching right now?
I would like to appreciate the opportunity to be here, and in my description of the career I had or the person I am here in OutSystems, I make a little joke about how OutSystems is similar to skateboarding, because I started taking lessons in skateboarding. Because the community is great, everyone tries to help each other, and you are always trying to tackle the next challenge.
Absolutely.
In OutSystems or in skateboarding. So I really enjoy it, and I'm really thankful to be here.
Nice. What about you?
Yeah. From now on, I will just enjoy the sessions. Keep connecting
You
with
have
the
one
people.
more. Huh? Don't forget.
Yeah, that will be,
It'll be
will
easy,
very
though.
smooth.
Yeah.
And the people that are around, if you guys work with APIs, logging sometimes is a challenge. So please attend our session. We'll share some valuable insights so you won't regret. Yeah.
Yeah, for those at home, that the recordings should be up on our training site at outsystems.com/training in the
Someday.
very near future. I'll give the video team a second to edit them and upload them. I'm sure it'll take a minute. But yeah, thank you both.
Thank you.
I want to wish you very good luck with your session. I'm sure you don't need it though. And have a blast.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
You
you.
too. Have a good day.
And thanks everyone at home. We are seeing a lot of support, so that is really nice.
You are good. Good job getting the word out to your teammates. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you.
So next up, we are going to have Cecelia return with a familiar face, Daniel from our community panel yesterday, who kept saying how happy he is to give back, is going to come on and talk a little bit more technically about what he's up to. See you in just a second.
You want me to look there? Okay.
All right, welcome back to Decoded live from One. I am Cecelia Martinez tapping in so Eliza can take a break and eat some lunch. Super excited to welcome Daniel back to the stream. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Now, this is your second day at One and also your second day on Decoded Live. I guess you couldn't stay away, right?
Yeah. No, I have to be, yeah.
Yes. Well, really excited to talk to you more today about your session here at One as a speaker and a little bit more about you. But for those of you who didn't get to meet Daniel yesterday, can you reintroduce yourself to the audience?
My name is Daniel Kuhlmann. I work as Technology Director at Product League, an OutSystems partner in the Netherlands. And I'm also an OutSystems MVP.
Yes, absolutely. And how long have you been working with OutSystems? Like, what's your journey been like?
I know about OutSystems since 2008. And back then, it didn't really impress me. I don't know why. And then I started working with it in 2015 and really full-time, full force since 2017.
So what changed your mind?
Yeah, I think back then, it was too far away from what I thought was software development was. And then later on the road, it made more sense for me. I wasn't smart enough at the first time.
No, I think it's been a bit of a recurring theme with talking to a lot of developers is, there's an initial skepticism, right, when it comes to OutSystems, and you're used to doing things a certain way and having a lot of control with the code and the technology. And so that is a bit of a mental shift to be able to do that. So now your role now as a technology director, what does that entail? Do you have a lot of hands-on with building apps, or is it more?
No, actually, since I joined Product League, I'm not coding myself. Well, I do it a bit,
Yeah.
On the weekend, not for Product League. No, it's more about building a team. When I joined, the company was 20 people big. Now we're like around 100. So, finding the right people, being part of sales, pre-sales, customer success, technical success, and a bit of advocacy. There's a lot of companies that still don't know what is low code, what is OutSystems. So those are the things that I...
So not much. Just sounds like you're very busy.
It's a lot of talking.
Yeah, but so you mentioned that you're building up a team, and I'm curious, what makes a quality OutSystems developer? What are some good traits of an OutSystems developer that can be successful?
Well, I think a good quality of any developer is the eagerness to learn. This is a business you cannot stop learning. So if you think you know it all, that's really the wrong assumption. So for me, that's what I like to see in people, to keep engaged, to keep learning, to be on these events, learn new stuff, dive into it, try things out, and not take it as a 9-to-5 job. Yeah, but that's not enough. You need to keep evolving to stay relevant.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for.
That's a really good point. I think a lot of software developers have a natural curiosity, right? Like they don't want to get bored, and there's always something new to learn. And even if you think you've learned it all, they're probably going to change it and it'll get updated and you'll have to learn it again all over. So now you're based here in the Netherlands, right? And so how has it been with the conference here at home for you?
Nice. It's not the first time. I think it's the third time I've been on the Next Step /ONE event in Amsterdam. So it's okay. I can sleep in my own bed. That's good.
Yeah, sometimes it's harder. I've been to events where I traveled, and I've been to events where I'm home. And I find that when I'm home, I don't go to the after parties. I want to go home and see my dog. And so
that's true. Last year I went to the after party. This year I didn't, but there's a reason. I have to talk in the afternoon. So
that's true.
I cannot do all.
Same thing. I had to save my voice and everything. And, you want to be prepared for your session. Yeah. So actually, let's talk more about your session because I think it's really interesting. It's about integrating SOAP services in an ODC application with Azure. What was the inspiration for this talk?
Well, the inspiration is a real case that we had an ODC customer this year, a new one. And they do have an existing app that we are replatforming from .NET to ODC. They have over 100 business partners that use a SOAP service currently.
Okay.
And obviously we cannot introduce ODC and tell 100 business partners to switch to REST.
Yes.
That doesn't work, aligning 100 different companies in shifting. So the requirement here was to still have also this SOAP service available in ODC. And this is the day-to-day reality, which is a bit far away from all the generative AI talks that our customers have integration needs that have nothing to do with AI.
Right.
But are still very challenging to fix.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because I think I come from JavaScript development, working at smaller companies. It's still big products, but not the same as legacy enterprise systems. And so for me, I actually don't think I've ever worked with a SOAP API. I've primarily only worked with REST.
I've worked with too many times.
Yeah. So it seems like it is something that you encounter in the real world, right?
It actually is, and you will see in my talk. It's still the 4th most popular API form.
Oh, wow.
There is obviously REST, GraphQL are way more, and webhooks are way more used, but it's still the number 4. So there's still a percentage of customers that have it. And especially it's like government, banks, insurance companies. And these companies also have OutSystems,
right.
O11.
Oh,
so anytime they want to go to ODC, they will have this problem on how to do this.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I think there's a lot of sessions that are inspired by real world use cases, right? Yeah. And you have so much exposure to different types of projects, at Product League. And so I bet that gives you a lot of inspiration and a lot of material to use for sessions like this.
Yeah. Well, yes. Yeah. So I think a real case is always good to explain because that makes a lot of sense. It's not just an idea. But yeah, many of those are similar kind of challenges. And for example, I was really happy to learn that OutSystems changed their mind about SAP integration, where they initially only introduced the OData, thinking that's the only way customers integrate OutSystems with SAP. And it turns out there's still 20% of customers using BAPI integration. And recently it is introduced. And I actually hope OutSystems will figure this also out for SOAP. But let's see. Yeah. In the meantime, my talk will be relevant.
Well, I'll see if I can put a good word in for you. I know the product team, we have had many of them on the stream today, really talking about the importance of meeting with users and customers, getting that feedback and continuing to iterate on ODC. So really glad that you're making that known and making sure that all the needs are being met for our customers. So I do want to talk a little bit because you are specifically using Azure API management. And why is that an effective solution?
Well, that's driven by the customer, which uses already Azure for different services from Azure. So it was a logical choice. So they have the platform. So it's just another service that we consume. If they would have AWS, then we probably would have found a solution there.
Right.
So it's the circumstances that drove us there.
Okay. And have you found that there's API management tools for a lot of the major services?
Yeah. There are many of these tools like MuleSoft, AWS, Apigee. There's a lot of them. But in this case, the customer wants to have it on Azure. So that's where we found the solution.
Okay. How did you find the configuration process for that? What was that like?
Well, yeah, it's something that you don't know what it is, so you need to read into it and try it out. And I didn't do it all by myself. I actually had a colleague that did the initial discovery, but then he had to do other tasks, and I kind of took it over and worked it out into a presentation.
Okay, interesting. Now, I realize that we've been talking about some concepts, SOAP, REST, API management, and our audience at home is primarily OutSystems developers. But maybe for those who aren't as familiar, can you give a little bit of a breakdown of, what is SOAP, what is REST, how are these both our APIs? And if that's or we can maybe start with one. How does SOAP differ from REST?
Yeah, well, SOAP is a technology that sits a bit longer. It exists already since the 90s, originally developed by Microsoft. It uses an XML format to request data from another application and also returns the response in an XML format. And XML is a more verbose way of expressing information than REST services is. REST it uses less bandwidth, so in terms of performance, there's less data going over the line, so it performs easier. It's an easier implementation. There is not so much syntax validation in it as SOAP. So SOAP has a use case because it's a highly structured and formal language. You can use it for very complex things. And with REST, you have more freedom to do things, but also more freedom to do things wrong.
Okay, interesting. Are SOAP methods the same as like REST methods in terms of like puts?
Well, they are similar enough to make the translation. So this is my talk, how I can actually translate SOAP to REST and then REST back to SOAP.
Okay. Yeah. And about, the output you mentioned is different, right? It's XML versus SOAP. How do you handle that when you're, as far as translating the output as well to be received by the front end or by your application?
Well, in OutSystems, in the end, in ODC, what you will receive is the data in a structure, in a list of elements. So for the OutSystems developer, in the end, it's just what they're already used to.
Nice.
They don't need to know if it's XML or if it's JSON.
Okay, yeah, because I've seen, certain projects where you have to have like a middleware, for example, to translate some of those outputs.
So the Asia API management is the middleware.
Okay.
So it sits between ODC and the SOAP service.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the recording of this talk. So all the sessions are being recorded and they'll be made available. So everybody at home, if this sounds like an issue that you are encountering or you're curious about, make sure to check those out in a few weeks when they are available online. And so you said that you're giving us, I read the abstract for your talk, you're giving a step-by-step demo. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So do you like to do live demos or step-by-step demos?
Well, it's a semi-live demo because I only found out last week my talk is 30 minutes, not 45.
Oh, okay.
So I have to adjust my deck a little bit.
Yeah.
But so I will show the steps like by slide, and then I will demo the proof where I can call a SOAP service from ODC and the other way around.
Okay.
So it's a mixture.
As you prepare for talks, do you find that you like to, show the step-by-step process? Like, why is that important for developer audiences?
I think it relates to people. It's the interaction. Actually, see it happening is what is the proof.
Yeah. Right? Absolutely. And so, as far as your session goes, we know we dug into a lot. Are there other sessions that you attended or excited to attend here at the conference?
I actually wanted to attend more that I'm able to because the queues are long, and then by the time you're in the front, the door closes. So you have to be really early.
It's like Disney.
Yeah, some sessions are in high demand. So I didn't see as much as I want, but luckily there are recordings. Yeah. I'll watch those.
Absolutely. Any specific topics that you're keeping an eye out for?
Yeah, obviously I try to visit the topics of my colleagues.
Yes.
Yeah, just to support them. And then, anything on ODC migration has our interest also, learning from other companies where they are doing these things.
How have you found the ODC migration process or, working with ODC so far?
Yeah, well, we were already involved with ODC from day one in the EP, also on the migration toolkit. So we do try to help OutSystems, giving feedback. I think progress is being made. And right now, we can tackle like the small customers. We actually do these kind of things already. So looking good. I hope the migration kit evolves fast so we can handle more customers and moving to ODC.
Yeah, and being part of the MVP program, you're going to get access to be able to give that feedback and hopefully get early updates so on that as well. So yeah, it's been a really, we're hearing from a lot of different people who are in that process, and it's been really for me to see all the how quickly things are moving, especially over the past year. I think there has been an acceleration, and so I find that it's like hopeful and I'm optimistic about it, and so and then what did you think of the announcement for Mentor?
Sorry?
What did you think about the announcement of Mentor yesterday?
Well, yeah, we were already as MVPs involved in the project itself, in the Mowbray project. So I think what was presented is a nice evolution of what we saw as MVPs. I also see feedback that we shared into what was presented. So I think it's good. So apparently MVPs do have a purpose in sharing feedback, and OutSystems listens to it. And so I think it was a really cool presentation yesterday. I think Cezanne did it extremely well.
Yes, yeah. I personally don't love to do demos. I do them sometimes, but they always make me very nervous. You know, you have to.
There's so much that can go wrong.
Yeah, you always have to kind of we say like pray to the demo gods, right? And like hope for a good demo, because something can even if it's internet. Sometimes I actually did a demo one time, and the API that I was using, the GitHub API, was down.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, so I really always admire people who can pull off really great live demos. And yesterday was super impressive, and I'm sure yours will be exciting as well.
Yeah, well, not as big as Cezanne's one.
No pressure, no pressure. So, great. Well, I mean, thank you so much for being here with us again. I know we love having you as a guest, but is there anything else that you'd like to share, or any comments that you'd like to add?
Well, I just hope everybody's enjoying the remaining part of today, and see you next year.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Great. Well, thank you so much, Daniel, for being here.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Well, make sure that you stick around. We will be back shortly with another OutSystems speaker, Yalda, after these short videos.
Right.
I don't know very well why we're doing this. No, I'm joking. We have so much experience with this that we're already kind of anticipating where organizations are going to go and what are the platforms that are going to be needed. And those platforms are going to be full automation platforms with very, very little code. I believe what's going to disappear is code. Low-code platforms, as we were thought about them 2-3 years ago, were actually stepping stones towards a full future of automation. What we're seeing now is that every constellation of products that are going to appear in the future are going to look like no-code or low-code platforms, and these platforms are going to evolve.
Stepfinity is OutSystems' delivery partner. We provide highly complex and dynamic solutions with top-notch performance, exceptional maintainability, and robust security, ensuring that the system is efficient, scalable, and future-ready.
Whether creating a new app or enhance existing systems, we get you started easily. Our low-code approach minimizes complexity and reduces development time.
We achieve faster results without compromising quality, cut costs while ensuring a superior user experience. Every project is unique, and we tailor with you to fit your business goals. We partner with you from concept to launch.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Decoded Live at 1. So we're actually going to take a quick detour here in our agenda, and I'm excited to announce that it is now trivia time. It is time to for another chance for you to win an OutSystems prize pack. So go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen, or go to slido.com and enter code 2807681 to participate. Couple of ground rules here, just so you're aware. This is a chance to win an OutSystems prize pack, so you will need your name and email required in order to win. That way we can email you if you win and find out where to send your cool OutSystems swag. So go ahead and scan that QR code, get checked in, you can participate. We'll have 5 questions, all about our great, amazing OutSystems developer community. All participants will have a chance to win. And you don't have to know everything about the OutSystems community. So even as long as you participate, you have a chance to win. And so I'm going to give it a little bit more time for people to join, just because this is a little bit earlier than expected. So if you weren't tuning in, you may not have expected this to happen. So I'm going to give us just a minute or two here for folks to join. So take your time and get that QR code scanned. All right. Again, you can scan that QR code or go to slido.com and enter code 2807681 to join. We will kick off here in just a minute. All right, so I do see some folks have joined in. We'll go ahead and get things started here with the first question. Again, this is all about our OutSystems developer community. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So we announced yesterday that the OutSystems community has reached a new milestone. And how many members are part of the OutSystems community as of 2024? Is it 500,000, 810,000? 1.2 million or 250,000. So go ahead and get your answers in. You have about a minute to respond. All right. Make sure you're getting those answers in. I do see some responses coming in, but we have room for and time for some more. So again, how many members are part of the OutSystems community as of 2024? Is it 500,000, 810,000, 1.2 million, or 250,000? All right. Last few seconds here to get your answer in. Again, you can also join anytime. So if you are just tuning in now and you have not signed up yet, you can go ahead and go to slido.com, enter the code or scan the QR code to join. So the answer to the first question, there's a lot of mixed results here. The first one is 810,000. Yeah, so OutSystems achieved a new milestone in our community. We now have 810 community members and very proud of that amazing developer community. All right, so let's go ahead and get set up for question number 2, all about our OutSystems community. What is the OutSystems Forge? Is it a tool for creating mobile apps, a certification program for OutSystems developers, a marketplace for reusable apps, components, and modules created by the OutSystems community, or is it a platform for reporting bugs in OutSystems? So go ahead and get your answers in. You have 1 minute to answer the question about what is the OutSystems Forge. All right, you have about 30 seconds to get your answers in. What is the OutSystems Forge? I will say there's one very popular answer, so I think many of you are probably familiar with this. But again, you don't have to be correct. You just have to participate to win that OutSystems prize pack. All right. 11 more seconds, 10 more seconds. Last chance to get that answer in. I see more people joining, which is great. Again, you can join anytime with the QR code or the code. And as 100% of you probably guessed or realized, the OutSystems Forge is number 3, a marketplace for reusable apps, components, and modules created by the OutSystems community. The OutSystems Forge has, open source apps and components and modules that you can leverage. Both there's an OutSystems Forge that you can use with O11 and also an ODC Forge with additional components that you can use specifically in ODC. And again, you can join anytime here. We have some more people who are hopping in, which is great. And you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can go to slido.com and enter code 2807681 to join. All right, for our next question, we have, oops, sorry about that here. Who is the most active forum member in the past 30 days? So you have a minute here to get your answer in. Is it Daniel Kuhlmann, Bruno Martinho, Doreen Boudry, or Eliza Mulcahy? All right, you got about 30 seconds left to get your answer in. All right. See some popular answers? I don't see a lot of love for Eliza, but again, you have about less than 10 seconds left to get your answer in for the trivia. All right, and the answer, of course, is Daniel. So our guest that we just had here on stream is the most active forum member for the past 30 days. You can see all the activity and the rankings in our forum if you're curious who else is on top. All right, and the next question we have is, what is the best way to stay up to speed with the upcoming events and training and dive into hand-picked technical content? Is it the training site, Decoded Live, the developer newsletter, or DMing me, Cecelia, on Twitter? What is the best way to stay up to date with everything about upcoming events and training and hand-picked technical content? All right, about 30 seconds left to get your answers in on what is the best way to stay up to speed with upcoming events and training and dive into hand-picked technical content. All right, 2 more seconds here. And of course, the answer is the developer newsletter. So you can sign up for the developer newsletter either on LinkedIn or on our OutSystems community page. It gets just, comes out monthly, and it contains all kinds of things, including job listings, resources, and information about upcoming training. For our next and last question, what is the name of the free virtual training program to get certified as an OutSystems developer? Is it Developer School, Tech Talks, Jumpstart, or Bootcamp? And what is the name of the free virtual training program to get certified as an OutSystems developer? Get your answers in for the last question. Last chance for this hour to win an OutSystems prize pack. We will have more opportunity, one more opportunity later on in the show, a 2 Truths and a Lie game for you to win another OutSystems prize pack. Less than 30 seconds left. I see even more people joining. Again, you can join anytime by scanning the QR code or going to slido.com. A few more seconds to get your answers in. All right. And of course, the answer for this is our developer school. Yes. So our developer school is a free virtual training program to get certified with OutSystems. And good news, if you will notify you by email if you have one. Thank you so much for playing. And you can also learn more about developer school and get signed up. Right now, there are sessions available. They are regional. So there's for different areas like EMEA or APAC or the North America. You can apply now at outsystems.com/developer school. All right. Thank you so much for playing. And I'm excited that we are able to now welcome our next OutSystems speaker back to the stream. We'll be right back here with Yalda. Right here. All right, Yalda, welcome to the stream. It's so great to have you here.
It's great being here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Can you introduce us?
Yes, my name is Yalda, and I am a front-end developer in Avo. I've been working in Avo for 2 years now as front-end developer, and I was specialized in accessibility.
Oh, great. And what more can you tell us about Avo Consulting?
Yeah, well, our consulting, it's the only firm in Norway who works with OutSystems. There are a few others, but they don't have any projects based on OutSystems at the moment. So I'm lucky enough to be one of the employees in Avo.
Oh,
work with OutSystems.
Great. And how are you enjoying the conference so far?
Oh, it's great. I've been connecting with so many great people here. It's great being here.
Now, I'm actually really excited for your talk because I think accessibility is such an important topic. And I think it's something that maybe doesn't always get addressed as part of the software development process. What was the inspiration for this talk? Why is accessibility important to you?
Well, accessibility, in my opinion, front-end accessibility user experience is so crucial for everyone, because you can have a perfect logic behind, but if you don't have a user-friendly UI, it will not help much, right? So accessibility for me is, I really care about it. I want to make applications that can be used by everyone, not only a small portion of the users,
Yeah.
So yeah, I had the session yesterday. I'm really happy that you guys chose me to be here to talk about it, because this topic is so important. We need to take care of everyone, not only small portion of the world's population, right?
Absolutely. And there's not always software developers who are passionate about it. But in addition to being passionate about it, as you very clearly are, which is amazing, there's also, legal requirements that you have to consider, right? And so even if you aren't passionate, it is such a critical part of software development because of those requirements, right?
Exactly, yeah. So as my session's name were how to make sure that your project doesn't go bankrupt because of lack of accessibility, right?
Yes.
Because now in Europe, but also in other countries, such as, for example, the USA, they have legal requirements around accessibility. So if you lack the accessibility, you will have trouble. So it's really important now to make sure that everyone can use your services and products, right?
Absolutely. I think, I know I've heard stories about, lawsuits, for example, of applications that, could not be used by everybody. And there's so many things that you need to take into consideration with accessibility. It's not a lot of things that come to mind are like color contrast and screen readers. Can it be used by a screen reader? Is it accessible in terms of, can you view everything on the screen? And there's so much that goes into it. And that's why there's really important guidelines that are standardized, different guidelines and conformance levels. So what was your journey towards learning more about accessibility? How did you find out more about these guidelines?
Well, I started back in school. I knew about accessibility, but there wasn't much about it. There's this thing called accessibility. You need to think about it. And that was it. But when I started to work in Avo, I got into this public sector project where, so the requirements are in Norway, they're like, if you're a public sector, then you have to be fully accessible, right? And then I got the role of as front-end developer lead. And
congratulations.
Thank you. And as a front-end developer, you need to make sure that everything is, of course, user-friendly and fully accessible. And then I got into, so what kind of requirements do we have for a form, for example? Started to look into that, talked with OutSystems. They are really helpful people there. And a few others in Avo and outside of Avo, some others. So I got into the, there's this guidelines, WCAG, started to read about that, implemented in OutSystems, and I got to know OutSystems actually offers a lot when it comes to accessibility, which was really good and helpful, of course. So we don't start from the basics. You have some levels of accessibility from before, right?
Yeah.
Make my life so much easier.
That is one thing that I love about the OutSystems community, right? It's like you never have to start from nothing. There's always people who are willing to answer questions and help you out. There's a lot of resources that are available because, obviously with OutSystems, a lot of it can be built into the platform, right? So we have built-in accessibility, but you don't necessarily always know how to execute it for your specific application. And that's where those questions can definitely come in. And as you started to approach accessibility in your role, how did you find that maybe it was different with OutSystems versus some of the things that you learned about traditional software development?
Well, I would say when I started with OutSystems, I didn't know that the widgets, the patterns that OutSystems offers, they are AA accessible. They have the AA accessibility level, right? So I started to actually just test the widgets to try to know which requirements they are fulfilling. And then I was Googling around, right? So I found the documentation that was saying, okay, all of our widgets and patterns, they are accessible. First of all, you need to turn on the accessibility. That took me quite a long time to realize.
Yeah.
So on that way, I was just Googling, trying to watch videos on YouTube and on OutSystems. The tech talks from the OutSystems as well. They helped a lot.
Oh, great.
And the collaboration with OutSystems, especially. I talked with lots of front-end developers in OutSystems who helped me a lot. They sent lots of documentation, resources that I digged into, and then got where I am today.
That's amazing. Yeah. And so, what have you been really proud of with your career with OutSystems so far?
It might be accessibility part of it, but as I said, this is what I'm passionate about.
Yeah.
And seeing that it's so much easier, how much easier OutSystems makes it for us developers. As I mentioned earlier, I studied computer science, so high code.
Okay.
Getting into low code, it's like a new world. It makes life so much easier. You know? So you have always something you can build from before on, so you can build upon it, and it makes life so much easier. And I'm not sure if I should mention this, but I have got dyslexia, so I know how other pupils who are disabled, how they struggle to use a website. Usually when I test, I put something in front of my eyes, and then I start doing a screen reader, for example.
Interesting.
Or just tab through the web page in order to see, can I do, for example, purchase a phone in a
Very
store.
important. Yeah.
And then I say, okay, I can't do it, and this is not accessible. It annoys me a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that's amazing that you're going through that process yourself, so you can see what that's like. You're putting yourself in the shoes of the user, and I think it's really admirable and inspirational. Hopefully, a lot of other software developers will check out the recording of your session when it's available to learn how to incorporate accessibility into their own projects. So. Thank you so much for being here with us today,
Thank you for
Yalda.
having me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to watch your talk and enjoy the rest of one.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a great one.
Yeah, so we will be right back after this short video with Eliza and a panel with some OutSystems champions. So please stick around. We'll be right back.
BEB is a non-profit organization that helps government authorities secure a better future for vulnerable children. In regions with large orphan populations, the adoption process is often complex and lengthy. Many institutions still rely on paper-based systems that are inadequate and prone to error. To solve this problem, BEB used OutSystems to build the Children First software, a solution that equips governments to match children with the right family, following the principles of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child.
Most children growing up in institutional care don't have an identity. They don't have birth records, they don't have medical records, they don't have schooling. And so the first thing we did was create this digital identity. It gave, rights to a child that was anonymous prior to that. And that's our first step with our software. And then we partner with foreign governments. And in that partnership, we then work through our second module, which is getting that child on a plan to a family. Now, in some cases, usually you can get that child reunified with their birthright parents. There's all kinds of reasons why children are in institutional care. But if you can't, you work your way down the path of extended family and then adoption. And we take the data from the parents and we take the plan that the government sort of sanctioned and then the identity from the child and make a match. And we make have a likelihood of making a much more successful match in that regard. And then from there, a placement's made, and then we monitor the placement. So that's kind of the lineage of our software. It's very modular. Countries will work their way through the modules one at a time and sort of become familiar with the process and how it works.
During COVID, there was a family that was split during lockdown because of lack of financial support at home. So what happened is that the children disappeared in different places. So it was a family of 3 children. So during the period we were doing data entry and record keeping, that is after COVID, we realized that we entered a bit of information that was similar for all these children, and somehow the system was able to detect that these 3 children apparently share the same parents. So what happened is we were able to, the ministry, the government was able to run a quick search and see where the other 2 children are and the other one, and then investigations were done to make sure that these children are apparently placed back into their family. And we are happy that the 3 children are finally into their respective families because of CFAs. Otherwise, it would have been very hard. This family could have reported that they lost all their children, but thanks to good technology, these children are now living together as a family. And that's our goal, placing every child into a loving family.
All right, joining me now, I have Stuart and Michael that traveled a pretty long way to get here. Could you each introduce yourselves and kind of tell us about your trip?
Yeah, I'm Stuart. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. So that was a 24-hour flight. It was delightful. It was very comfortable. Actually, the food was good.
Nice.
But yeah, it was a little bit of a long way.
Right. I'm Michael. First of all, thank you for having us here. So yeah, I also came from Melbourne, just like Stuart. So for me, that was a grueling trip, sitting there for 24 hours. I'm originally from the Philippines, and now we moved to Melbourne last April. So
Exciting.
Yeah,
Nice,
yeah, exciting,
nice,
yeah.
nice. So how's your experience been at the conference so far?
It's really interesting. I think, like we've heard a little bit about Mentor before, but the fact that it's going to be available early access is amazing. And that it not only generates stuff, you'll be able to change it once it's generated.
Absolutely.
So I'm really impressed by that.
Yeah, it's a dream come true for me. I've been watching OutSystems conferences just online, and it's my first time in Europe as well. And yeah, it was a great experience. I love it.
Nice, nice. I'm glad. What's then the energy like at One? Has it been fun to talk to people and network and stuff too?
Yeah, well, being an introvert, I'm yeah. So like yesterday, like I've been talking to a lot of different people, and Michael's awesome. He's great fun to talk to. But like I had to go and play chess for half an hour on my phone yesterday. So
yeah.
How about you?
I'm also an introvert, kinda. But the great thing about this conference is I've met the people that I've been working online years before.
Oh.
Yeah. So we had a good chats, like some guys like Menno and the other guys here, the other champions as well. So well, it was a good experience for me, and meeting them personally, and yes, you know, it's like meeting old friends that you haven't seen for a long time. So that was the feeling. Yeah.
I'm surprised you're an introvert as well, because you're lovely to talk to.
Really? Thank you.
Yes, while they both came from Melbourne, they are not at the same company, correct?
Correct.
No,
Yeah.
So you're not working together. It's their first time meeting here,
Correct.
right?
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
Should have coordinated your travel. You could have had a plane buddy for 24 hours.
We could have.
Yeah. He could have heard me complaining in the plane, like, yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't be talking like this if that was the case.
All right. So you mentioned being a champion. Are you both champions, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I
yeah.
thought. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Being a champion is, for me, as a champion, I'm really advocating low code, especially OutSystems. So it may not be very public, but I'm advocating low code. Back in the Philippines, I was advocating for universities. I haven't done it yet in Melbourne, but I'm still collaborating with the Philippine guys about what to do next on the OutSystems group. So yeah, I think that's the best part about being a champion, helping others understand and appreciate low code, and hopefully the high coders can shift to low code. So that's my goals. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think for me, it's about helping the OutSystems community. I'm glad there's people like Michael out there that's kind of spreading the word. I feel a little bit embarrassed sometimes, just being, a bit introverted, but I love helping the community, particularly on the forums.
Sure.
And I think it's important to kind of be welcoming, and like when people say things that are not quite right or their questions are maybe not exactly the right question, I think it's important not to say, that's the wrong question, you know, you should do it like this. Just to be welcoming and say, look, thanks for the question. Have you considered this?
Yeah.
But also try and answer their question as well.
Yeah.
As well as building things for the community to use.
Well, if you're on the forums a lot, you probably see Daniel on the forums answering questions a lot.
Yes. Well, yeah, he's awesome.
He had a similar but slightly different answer to you about answering questions in the forum, where he said, there are no stupid questions, but you could search for the answers before you post the question.
Yeah.
So maybe if they want a more welcoming environment, they go to you before Daniel and see.
Yeah, maybe.
see how
And
that
then
goes.
when they need to actually know something useful, then they go to Daniel.
Okay, perfect. You'll help them figure out the right question, and then he can answer it. Perfect. All right. So one of you has given a talk already. The other hasn't done it yet, but is scheduled. So how was your talk? Can you tell us about
I
it?
think it was great. I had an engaging audience. Thank you for those who attended my session. So, and after the talk, some guys asked questions as well after the Q&A. So we were discussing, and for them, it's a timely topic because it's an issue on their environments and as well as on their clients. So we exchanged contacts, and we need to. I told them we need to collaborate, and let me know how it goes for your scheme provisioning implementation. Yeah,
how fun.
It was fun.
Nice.
Awesome.
And your talk that's coming soon?
That's coming at 3:15.
Okay.
So far, you know, we've done a poll between us, and we agree that Michael's the best presentation so far. But that's only so far.
Yes.
Because like at 3:15,
might change at 3:15.
It may. I'm not saying anything. That's for you to decide. But I'm going to be talking about facial recognition using AWS recognition.
Very cool.
Two recognitions in the one sentence on ODC.
Okay.
So that should be fun.
Really cool.
And people should be able to go away with the tools they need to actually build facial recognition.
I think you'll win. Your topic is cooler than mine.
But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. I think they're kind of even.
I'll give you this. It's a little bit easier to explain to non-OutSystems, non-developers. Facial recognition. That's easier. Yeah.
Probably.
But we don't know. We won't find out until a little after 3:15.
Yes,
That's the best one.
correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
I do want to call out one of our YouTube viewers right now. It looks like Henry. He says Michael ain't an introvert.
Sorry?
Henry says Michael ain't an introvert. So someone's calling you out that hopefully you know, named Henry.
Good work, Henry.
Okay, so yes, just so the viewers at home know, one of those very loud announcements just happened. You probably didn't hear it, but we sure did, because again, the speaker is right above our heads.
I didn't hear what Henry says. So.
Okay, so since you're sort of very involved with the community, and you're maybe doing some outreach to other communities. I'm going to ask you to kind of compliment everyone at home right now. What sets the OutSystems community apart?
Well, I think for me, I've been a traditional developer for 2 decades, right? And when I joined OutSystems and I kind of practice it, the level of support in OutSystems community is for me, it's really, really great. The forged components, the forums, and a lot of experts are willing to help out. So it's kind of the journey of starting OutSystems was kind of cool. It's nice. You feel the support. You don't feel like am I gonna find this answer or how difficult it will be, but it's really a very organized community. So that's one thing that maybe is the best about OutSystems right now. That's
Nice.
what that's my 2 cents. How about you?
Look, I think it's a really good community. I think there is a lot of support. There's great training available. There's great user groups. But like there's a lot of other good communities. Like there's different sort of mobile. I've been part of like mobile development networks and other sorts of things. So I wouldn't say it's better or but it is a really active, strong community, and it's nice to be part of it.
Especially the ideas section of the community, where OutSystems gets some suggestions from the community, and some of them gets implemented actually in OutSystems. That's a very good initiative, right?
Yeah.
So so OutSystems it just means that OutSystems listens.
We do
to the community and not just doing stuff on their own.
Almost all of our product team members that have
Correct.
been on the stream have said a bunch. One of the most important parts of their job is talking to the developers, finding out what changes need to be made, what features need to be implemented. Yeah. Well, I think we're about out of time here. I will say, of course, make sure you watch the recordings of both these talks. And thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
This is amazing. So coming up next, I have the CPTO of OutSystems. Let me try that again. CPTO of OutSystems, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Luis. And he'll be on in just a second.
Whew. Thank you.
That was
once again. So joining me now is Luis from our very own OutSystems. I'll let you introduce yourself.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Luis Blando. I am the CPTO at OutSystems, and I have been in the company the whole of 4.5 months.
You know, OutSystems loves adding new executives just before a one happens, because Christine had a similar experience.
That's right. And it's super easy because you're dropped into this incredible event. And you have to adapt, but I love it. I love every minute of it.
Awesome. Awesome. Can you tell us about your experience so far? I'm sure you've been in a lot of meetings and you had your big keynote.
It's been fantastic so far. Lots of energy. I love it that people love the product.
Yeah.
And they love the things that we're trying to do and all of that. And of course, there's always things to improve. But by and large, oh my God, I am so happy I made it the choice to come here.
Perfect. That's so good to hear. What do you see as sort of the strength of OutSystems for our developers? What kind of drew you to come work with the platform?
So all right. That speaks to my heart because I've always all my life have led and been a developer.
Sure.
What we now call a high code developer, right? In my time was called a developer. But so before coming to OutSystems, I loved it that this was a platform, a product deep in its use of technology.
Yes.
A product that spoke to developers. And what I did is I said, okay, I found some of my friends who hadn't used the platform. And I said, okay, check this out. Would you use it? Right?
Yeah.
And in the beginning, of course, I don't know. And then by the end, I say, oh my God, it's doing all of this for us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty cool stuff, right? So that sealed the deal in terms of the product for me.
Nice.
True story.
Nice. Yeah, we've talked a lot about people starting out being skeptics of the platform. You know, OutSystems promises a lot, and we have promised a lot during this event. But I feel like we're delivering pretty well.
Oh, I believe so, and I intend to continue and keep our promises.
Nice.
That's my hope, anyways.
So yesterday there was two pretty major keynotes: Paulo's CEO keynote introducing Mentor, and your product keynote, your first time in front of the community. Could you speak to the kind of change AI is bringing to software development and how OutSystems is continuing to kind of lead?
That's a great question, and it's truly, I think, a major change. I mean, it's not necessarily something that the low-code community is not used to, because low-code itself was a step change in productivity.
Absolutely.
Right? So Gen AI, all it's doing it's not all, but one major thing that it's doing, it's bringing that change in productivity to both high code and low code.
Nice,
right?
nice.
And all of a sudden, hey, It works for all of that. It works for us too. Check it out. And it's fantastic.
That's a really, really great point. So one of the most exciting things about Mentor is that it demonstrates how OutSystems is radically redefining how we think about software development lifecycle. What was the sort of, I know you're new to the company and you may not have been there for day one talking about what was called Morpheus for a while, but what was the philosophy behind this idea and how do you see the future of development changing?
It's true. This is not on me at all. And I am incredibly proud and honored to be able to carry the message because there's a lot of much more intelligent people than me working and have worked at this for a while. But having said that, I think that the genesis of the idea and the philosophy behind it is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. We want to empower the developers ever more, right? Just imagine that now you have, your companion of sorts, right? That helps you get started with and work on the low-code parts that, as Cecen said yesterday, are not the ones you enjoy the most. There's always going to be things that the developers will need to do, some business logic, and a bunch of other things, the finishing touches, so to speak. But the road things that you used to do over and over again, now we have Mentor to do them for you, bringing more productivity. I think it's fantastic. So overall, I do believe generative AI in general, but also generative AI is a transformational technology for a transformational step for technology in general.
Yes.
And within us, we are no exception. And I believe that the companies that adapt and leverage that technology the fastest are going to win. And the people that know how to do it are going to win even more. And that's where I want to see all of our developers go, to be perfect.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I'm going to step out of our prepared questions a little bit. And I just wanted to ask you in your so far brief tenure at OutSystems, which I'm sure will turn into years and years. Have you been able to interact with developers that use OutSystems at all? Or
I have, not as much as I would like, if I'm being completely truthful. But just recently, I had a short exchange with some of our MVPs, and I was telling them, I love this. You're my peeps. You're my crowd. You know what happened in the demo? Has anybody told you what happened at the keynote?
People have hinted at it. Yes.
You have no idea. It's the most beautiful thing ever. Look, I'll tell the story to you straight. We've been practicing this thing. We've been running Mentor for 100 times. It worked every time. It was fantastic. Dave, the assistant that we created to help with approvals of that thing, it always worked. We go on stage, click approve, did not work. What happened? You know what happened? You won't believe this. I didn't know this, but now I'm going to know for the future. While we were doing the keynote and we saw Mentor generate the application, or some of you guys behind the scenes on your phones saw the URL, got into the application, and created orders.
Absolutely.
So everything worked. Yeah, of course. Cecen showed it on the screen. It wasn't the order that she had just created, and for that reason, it said, "It's a wonderful story." People, this is not live. This cannot possibly be live. More than 35 or 40 orders.
Oh my gosh!
Were created that we didn't even know.
I love this community. They're so excited to get hands-on with the product. They'll interrupt the keynote.
It's marvelous. Had I known, I would have said it in the keynote, but I didn't. So there you have a funny story. I love it. I have a meeting with them, with some of them in detail tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
I'm sure they're gonna grill me.
They are.
Yeah, I know. I would have done this. So I know. I'm ready.
Talked a few times about our MVP community on the stream, but they're very passionate people. They've told us over and over, they've bet their career on this platform.
Understand.
And they're happy to do it, but they will be very passionate toward leadership.
I know. And I've told them, look, I'll tell you what I know. I'm new here. I'm going to help, but you have to cut me some slack. Come on, give me a break. Somebody has to cut me some slack, right? But yes, I think it's going to be fantastic.
It sounds like you've been briefed, though, what to expect.
I think it's going, yes. I have been briefed.
All right. Well, what excites you about the near future for OutSystems and your journey at the company?
not to sound repetitive, but I joined this company because I do believe the right place for Gen AI specifically is local. I really do.
Yeah.
And we just put out that announcement and that presentation of the product. I am super stoked. And this is only with 4 months in here. Imagine once I actually get my training wheels off. Just imagine that. So I am super excited about it.
That's exciting. So thank you so much for joining us, Luis.
It's a pleasure.
We have never met, by the way. I'm Eliza.
Very
so nice to meet you.
Very nice. Thank you.
Wonderful. So up next, Fernando from our PM team is going to join us. And yeah, we will be back in just a second. Hello. Okay. Fernando has made it to the stream. I'm
Hello.
joined by him now. I'm going to let you introduce yourself.
Sure. So my name is Fernando Moitinho. I'm product manager at OutSystems. I joined OutSystems 10 years ago on professional services, and for the first 3 years, I delivered projects with OutSystems to our customers. And for the last 7 years, I've joined product organization, and I led things like AI Mentor Studio, IT users, governance on O11, and integrations for many years. And now I've joined and I'm leading the O11 to ODC migrations. So I'm very excited.
That's a big subject. Every time
It
I
is.
talk to developers, I say, you know, what feedback can I give the team? And they say, what's happening with migration? So I'm glad to
Yes,
have you on
it's
the
a very
stream.
hot topic of the whole community.
So we're nearing the end of the final day of one. What's been your experience like at the conference so far?
So it's great to be face to face with many different faces that we, for many years, we talk remotely through Zoom calls and so on. So it's quite exciting to be face to face with the whole community, partners, customers, MVPs, and so on. So the energy just expires, and then it's really exciting
Nice.
to be here.
I love that. So there have, of course, been some key announcements around migrations from O11 to ODC. What are some of the ways you talk to developers about the benefit of migrating and getting on ODC?
Yeah, so ODC is our most modern platform. All great capabilities that we have announced around AI and all those kind of things. There are things that customers have asked many times on O11 that were not possible at the time, technology-wise. And so we did this jump into ODC that are now possible, like libraries versioning, those kind of things that really ease the development life, developers' life, and ensuring that customers can be as much productive as they could be in ODC. And so those are the main advantages, and obviously AI. So leveraging and start using AI in ODC on their existing applications. For instance, that's one of the big incentives to move to ODC and modernize their existing portfolio and go in the forefront of the innovation with ODC.
Absolutely. So this is, I mentioned earlier that developers are always asking about migration, and specifically, what's the roadmap? What's the timeline? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes.
Are we ready to yet?
No. Oh, good. I'm comfortable.
Okay.
So we are in the early stages of releasing tooling and guidance on the migration. And this is meant to be a journey that we OutSystems are going to guide and support customers throughout the journey. The important point here is that we are not pressuring customers to migrate at this moment. So customers are at their own pace, in a self-service manner, they can migrate the application. And so we are starting as laying down the foundational work that then we are going to increase and incrementally releasing more capabilities. So now we are targeting smaller factories that in one go, in a very short time frame, they can migrate their entire application portfolio from O11 to ODC. And later on next year, we are going to address the largest customers, so that largest customers also can use those toolings to assess, to do the code migration and the data migration at their own pace, progressively focusing on individual applications and move forward until they have their entire portfolio migrated into ODC.
Interesting. So I know I'm talking to Sergio later, who's part of the professional services team, I think. Yeah. So we're talking a little bit about companies that maybe are using both ODC and O11 at the same time. Have you experienced a lot of that?
Yes. So for these large customers, they can start using ODC and leveraging the great capabilities that ODC offers to build new applications, while still have the existing O11 portfolio running. The advantage there is that they can start leveraging ODC benefits and capabilities, while at the same time increase the speed of development of those new applications by leveraging services that are still remaining in O11. So we are calling that a coexistence approach, while at the same time, in parallel, customers can start adjusting their existing O11 portfolio to be ODC ready to be migrated.
Got it. Okay, so back to sort of the experience of the developer. Though I know customers are very passionate about this migration process too. What have you heard from developers while you're working on this?
So developers are quite excited about the migration, about moving into our most modern platform and start using those capabilities. But at the same time, they are cautious about
absolutely.
If it's a good fit now, if they should wait or not. But the feedback has been great when they see that we have tooling that help them on all the three stages across the entire journey, right? So from the assessment to the code migration to the data migration, we have tooling that can automate a significant part of that process and make that journey easier.
Nice.
And start leveraging then the ODC. So they are quite excited.
That sounds great. Yeah. So as we're moving into this new era of software development, what are the most exciting opportunities you see with ODC, especially for developers in terms of innovation and scalability?
Right. I think what we presented yesterday around the mentor, the app generator, app editor are really the groundbreaking capabilities where companies and development teams can have 100 times more productive than existing capabilities, or even more compared with traditional code. And so I would say that those are the great benefits of moving into this new era of low-code Gen AI. So
yeah, absolutely. That's really exciting. Okay, so as a product manager, what excites you most about the evolution of the platform?
I have been here for a long time.
Yeah.
And so I was responsible for some of the innovation capabilities. And so the exciting is that as a low-code platform, we are really, as a low-code platform, as a product manager leading that platform, the most exciting things that I have every day is how can I speed up and ease development lives, right? And as a consequence, ease and expedite the value for the business. So those are the things that most excite me, and to learn from the developers and customers that are requiring those applications and fast development times and so on. So I love customer meetings, discover or uncover unknowns or be challenged by assumptions that I may have. And so that's the most incentives that I have as a product manager.
Amazing. I love that answer. Anything else you want to say to our audience at home here?
So it's just, I'm enjoying the event. I love the energy. It's always, I get always re-energized when I come home after one event like this.
Yeah.
After talking with many customers, partners, MVPs, and so on, and learn about what are they doing with the platform, as well as their main challenges with the platform. So it's always a learning very fulfilling experience.
Wonderful. I love that. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Fernando, for joining us today.
Thank you. Great conversation.
We're going to do a quick video and be right back. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
Hello.
Welcome to OutSystems ONE 2024.
Hi, I am Arthur.
Hi, I'm Franziska,
We are excited to introduce AgentBase.
your partner for the high-performance local platform OutSystems in Germany.
We are more than just a service provider.
We see ourselves as your full-service partner, guiding you every step of your digital journey.
As an official sales, delivery and training partner of OutSystems, we offer the development of tailor-made applications and managed services. And we are the only certified training partner in Germany.
One of our customers said the training courses at AgentBase prepared her perfectly for the certification. She passed with 94%.
Through our close collaboration with our Dutch partner Transfer Solutions, we have access to a huge resource pool.
What drives us are the individual needs of our clients. With OutSystems, we create solutions that are not only powerful, but also flexible and quick to market.
Our clients appreciate the agility and innovation we bring to our project, as well as the close collaboration based on trust and openness.
Whether you're looking for rapid results or long-term scalable solutions, we're here to support you.
Let's shape the digital transformation together and exceed your goals.
Better together.
We are looking forward to engaging conversations with you.
Welcome back, OutSystems community. This is Cecelia, and I am very excited to be back on Decoded Live at 1 and joined by Joanne Markow. Hi, Joanne. How are you?
Hi, great. Nice to see you.
Yeah, can you introduce yourself and tell us about your role at OutSystems?
Sure. My name is Joanne Markow. I'm the VP of Digital Transformation at OutSystems.
Great, great. And what does your day-to-day look like in that type of role?
Oh, everything is different. You know, if you're in transformation and definitely in a digital team, it's different every day. We are shifting to generative AI, though, and it's an amazing experience where every day we're talking about new projects, new possibilities. Everything is varied work that we do. We build platforms for all of our business stakeholders, from sales and finance and legal and marketing and customer support. And, you know, I think all of us in the group love what we do, and the generative AI piece of it makes the world just much more interesting and tangible, and excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, I was so excited to read about your session and, you know, learn more about what you're doing, because it does sound like a very unique opportunity. And how does your team, you know, help drive transformation and innovation at OutSystems?
Yeah, you know, one of the things I spoke about today at the session is that generative AI is a very experiential, hands-on learning experience. You can't sit back and watch generative AI. You need to experience it. We use our low-code solutions to actually come up with platforms and different interfaces that our different business stakeholders can use. And that helps them understand how the LLMs work, and it gets them more excited and more engaged. So we're really excited to have the ability to have a low-code platform, because otherwise you'd be kind of just watching it, but this is giving them a chance to kind of do hands-on with the exercises and increase their aptitude and capabilities with LLMs. And it actually changes their strategy as we go too. So I love that a part of it is the ability to kind of change and have new insights of what you want to do for your runtime application.
Yeah, it really changes the game in terms of taking it from these abstract concepts that we hear about and we learn about, and being able to get hands-on and engage with it directly and interact with it, right?
Exactly. Yep.
And so you mentioned LLMs,
Yes.
and I think there's also a variety of different kind of AI methodologies that you're working with. Like, what kind of topics do you work with within AI?
Yeah, so we have, believe it or not, we have 17 LLMs set up in the house, which
Wow.
sounds like a lot. And they're all very competitive, and we're doing all sorts of things with them, from doing sales and marketing applications, helping the reps, prepare for calls, to processing documents internally, like our team charters, or helping with customer support, which has an amazing use case in terms of getting 62% automation in the year that we've been running. So each of these use cases has its own end users, and I would say hypotheses, and then business metrics that go with it. And they're really fast and easy to build. But I think the most important critical thing when you're working with LLMs is the change management part of it with the human aspect. And so we've developed ways to use our applications to allow people to interact, and so they can get through some of the change management trust issues with the LLMs. So
Yeah, it sounds like it's such a full-bodied type of role. So you have and team, right? So you're working with human issues, but you're also working with technology and business goals, but also a very scientific approach, it sounds like, as well.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's an art and a science when you do stuff with generative AI. You need to be prescriptive of what you're saying in the prompts, and you need to understand your content well enough. But there's also an art to it too, that this is not a deterministic kind of technology. You're going to have variability, but the sky's the limit, and the possibilities are endless. And so if you can open your mind to the possibilities of it and not be so surgical, it's almost going to move the needle on data science and data engineering as well, because anything is possible with generative AI, and the power of mixing and matching your data with your files, I think, is the most powerful thing about generative AI, because every single company out there is a publisher. And so their ability to query their files along with their data produces this brain behind an organization that I think is just, we've never seen that kind of power before.
Yeah, and people talk about having kind of an external brain, for
Yeah.
individuals, but to think about all the data that would go into that for an organization is really, really compelling. Now that you've kind of gone through your session and been able to see maybe some other Gen AI sessions here at ONE, what's your experience been like here at ONE? What's it like to be able to
Oh, I
connect with
love
the
it.
community and learn?
Oh my goodness, there's so much energy here. It's so amazing hearing the OutSystems customers talk about their stories. We had a number of examples yesterday on stage, and it continued today. We've met people in the audience, and people just come up to each other, and even if they're prospects and they haven't quite built their own app yet with OutSystems, all you hear about is speed and practicality, and the fact that we can produce and integrate generative AI right now just pushes the needle on everything that we're doing. I think everyone walks away feeling invigorated. They want to try it out for themselves. They want to see the power and the potential. And, in some ways you get a little bit competitive too, because these things are enterprise commercial wide applications. And, you can basically redo anything that you once had in a SaaS application. So I think it's got amazing potential, and it's great to hear all the stories.
Yeah, I think the part of the energy that's really exciting is that as developers, we want to try new things. We want to engage with the latest technology, but sometimes we don't know where to start. And with something like Gen AI, because of the complexities and the kind of new horizons of it, it helps to feel like you have a partner in that, right? And have, some established guidelines, and you're not kind of doing it on your own or going out into the wild with it. And so I think being able for the developers to see, oh, like, this is real. This is something that will help me do the things that I want to do, and I don't have to be alone in it. That's really amped up the excitement, and it's been really awesome. And in addition to Gen AI, what kind of topics do you think are top of mind for developers that you've been hearing here at the conference?
Yeah, I think, with generative AI, I think career development is a natural subject. I think there was a session this morning about the future of low code and what happens to developers going forward. And I think there's a natural way you can assimilate low code and generative AI together. And I think, having a more holistic approach to your career is going to be a necessity really for anyone. going forward. I think the world has changed with generative AI. But I think you also see possibilities too. And I know that within our group, we mix and match roles. We, kind of encourage the idea of multiple hat wearers, that we have some former engineers that are now team leads and, vice versa. And you have this ability to kind of try out new roles, especially with prompt engineering too. One of our key people that's doing prompt engineering is actually our head of UX,
Wow.
And so I think you're going to see some new careers come out of this. And I think also maybe some opening doors to more full stack development and more full stack awareness and, even team lead roles as well. So I think that's important. And with anything with new technology, I think it's very critical that you always keep an eye open on what is the future and what does this mean for me and what do I need to do to kind of keep upskilling and keep aware of new technologies.
Yeah, I love to hear that. I think that's so interesting that you have that flexibility and innovation, because I think the thing about OutSystems developers that's different, right, is that we're not necessarily as concerned with process, but outcomes. And there's a lot of different types of skills that go into that versus maybe just knowing an API or certain syntax. And so being able to develop that particular type of skill is something that fits, I think, really well with the OutSystems ecosystem. So I love to see that in practice on your team.
Absolutely.
Now, I do want to dig into your talk because it was a very popular one, and I know that there's a lot of people who are interested in it. And it's OutSystems AI Story, Maximizing Business Results. And you share some real-world examples of how to use Gen AI. Can you talk a little bit about those?
Sure. Yeah, no, it was a great session, and I love talking with everyone afterwards. And I love hearing what other people are doing as well. For us, we presented a number of use cases. The first was the customer support success metrics in terms of how we were automating the support experience. So if someone asks a question on our website, they can come in now and get an answer to a question. And we actually got 62% of our generative AI answers providing support. And it's just been an amazing result from something that was formerly flatlined last year. We also had cases of language translation. So we started with Japanese translation in the hopes of increasing the engagement on our developer portal that we have. And now we have 16 languages. So it's been amazing to kind of string all this together in the past couple months. We also talked about creating a brain behind the go-to-market sort of funnel and mixing and matching sales and marketing data that formerly was so segregated in different departments and hard drives and Google Drives and wherever you store your files. And this act of doing the whole customer journey and being, using generative AI to kind of enable the brain behind the organization is really helping on the coaching potential for the sales and marketing personnel. And it also helps at point of use. So instead of taking a couple hours to find a piece of information or do their own research, everything now is enabled on this overlay that we've developed as an OutSystems Chrome extension on top of our CRM. So all of these use cases are different patterns. And it's one of the things that I spoke about today as, generative AI is so powerful, but it can also disable people in the sense that analysis paralysis kicks in because it's so powerful. So, I tried to demystify that a little bit, give some pattern mapping kind of tips, and then talked about how the patterns helped the use cases and how we cloned our apps across the organization to help us scale. So, but I was really happy to hear the folks afterwards talking about their stories as well. And I love to keep learning from what other organizations are doing too.
Yeah, I think the point that you just made is really interesting, because I think there's organizations that they don't want to get left behind, but they also don't want to get it wrong, right? And so why is it important for organizations to embrace AI and digital transformation? How critical is that for their progression as an organization?
Yeah, I mean, it's here to stay, right? So you can't ignore and you can't unsee generative AI. And so it's going to become a competitive necessity.
Yeah.
And I think like with any technology, you want to integrate it within your organization. You can pick and choose. You always want to have a human in the loop. But there's a lot of things that generative AI can do from here on out that we need to embrace and assimilate as part of a culture, just like with any other technology that we have, and it's something not to be feared, but to start integrating it, start leveraging it. I think also from a career standpoint, it's one of the things that are going to make or break careers. Those that embrace it are going to move ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. As individual developers, that's something that a lot of people in the community, that's top of mind, right?
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of anxiety around, will AI take my job or will it make it better? And so I think there's always going to be that hesitation and that fear. But if you feel empowered by knowledge to be able to make those decisions and feel more confident, then that helps drive it forward.
It's so true. Yeah. And I really do think the ones that embrace it are the ones that are going to get ahead. And you it's kind of a self-perpetuating destiny. If you're going to ignore it and not make it part of your life, that is a difficult challenge if people choose to do that. So I definitely encourage people to, it's part of your portfolio of things that you're going to have. And like I said, there'll always be a human in the loop, but I think it's very, very powerful what insights, it's not just about automation anymore, but the insights that generative AI generates that I think is the real powerful thing for businesses today.
Yeah, and I think it's something that you go into in your talk as well, right? In some of those maybe strategies or where some of the early places that you can start to implement it if you haven't so far.
Yeah.
Can you share a little bit more about that for the audience at home?
Yeah, and I think, we started with looking at champions. So if it was like a customer support champion, we started in that use case, but we started to realize the entire funnel could benefit from generative AI. And so it was in cases where we had some ingenuity with some of our folks in our team, and they said, well, we could do Chrome extensions on top of SaaS. We can do integrations with these other SaaS, that you start to live and breathe all of these use cases. And the main lesson I would say is just to start small, start simple, and then go to the multi-pattern, multi-agent use cases over time, but don't try to go with the more complicated use cases right away. If you can keep your business interested and keep them close to the AI, you'll keep your champions around you. And it's one of the things that becomes part of the culture then, which I think is very important for every company. I think the ones that fail, it's tricky because there's just as much of a human change management, change leadership component as there is a technical one, but it's also about the content. And so a lot of times people focus on the technology and they forget the other two. They forget that there's a human component and a content component. And those three are critical to the success of any organization and the long-term success of the generative AI use case. We've been running our use cases for 12 months now, and the results have been really, I think, very surprising and surprising in a good way. We didn't know where we were going to end up 1 year later, but it was due to this combination of the content, the people, and the technical aspects that I think that intersection is the powerful result.
And I think it's interesting because OutSystems has always been on the forefront and visionary in terms of allowing that space to experiment. Like you said, you didn't necessarily know what was going to happen, but you need to be able to do that research, to iterate, to learn in order to be innovative and progress. And I think as we've been talking to some of the speakers who are talking about AI and using their use cases, a lot of times it's about following the problems and following the opportunities, right? Not just how can we use AI? Let's pick RAG. Let's see what we can do with that. Let's pick this, do what we can do with that. But rather, what are the problems that we need to solve and how could Gen AI help here?
That's right. Yeah, and we encourage people to look at hypotheses as well so that you go into the generative AI, mindset of what problem am I trying to solve? And then you have a hypothesis. You could change it along the way. And, for us, we did very iterative development. We did a lean method. But it was very important to have some kind of thought around what is your hypothesis that's going to happen, and then follow it up with real metrics and real results. And I think, the attribute to our team is that we did weekly check-ins and we tracked all this stuff over a year, that we knew where things needed to pivot and where things were working and where things weren't. A lot of this is like in the content and the fine-tuning of what you're going to do with the models. It's the attention and the care that you pay attention to with the prompts. The methods that you use can vary, and we have some techniques that use the RAG technique and some that don't. But I think the important thing is that you keep at it. And we actually switched LLMs in the mid-cycle as well. So, it's a very much an iterative development cycle. It's not done, but it also is very easy to tweak here and there too. So it doesn't take a lot of labor. We didn't have to add people or staff to our group. And in fact, our foundation team is only 2 people. So
oh wow,
yeah,
that's a lot of work.
2 OutSystems developers do the foundations, and then we have runtime apps that have a team lead and 2 developers as well. And then we have transversal teams for the UX, for the QA testing. But it's we did very small teams, and we were able to produce use case by use case. And I think the beauty of the low code is that you can clone the apps over and over again too. And obviously, if some stakeholder hears about success in one area, you get the fear of missing out a little bit too, which is always nice to have. And then, the success grows because everybody wants to kind of mimic the same pattern or the same use case with different content or a different business scenario. So it does kind of grow within an organization over time, and I think if you let it grow organically, that actually leads to more success than if you force the technical change in the beginning when people aren't ready for it. So I think, we did it kind of organically, kind of stealth in the beginning. And I think it's working out for us now a year later.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it comes back to, like you said, iteration and data though, right? Having those metrics is so key because a lot of trial and error, I think when people are approaching Gen AI, but they may not necessarily know what they're looking to get out of it. And so how did, what was that process like in trying defining those metrics?
Yeah, I think, when you do the hypothesis, you're coming up with what is it that you're trying to change? Are you trying to change ARR? Are you trying to do a time savings? Are you trying to do cost savings? Are you trying to increase engagement? So you have to have kind of a point of view of what is it that you're trying to change. Now, if you go from your problem solution approach, you might have a problematic graph. And I did show one this morning that was pretty flatlined no matter what we did. And I think that's the key thing, that you don't just go in and say this is an experiment, but you're trying to change something. And then if you don't see anything changing, you keep pivoting or move to a different use case. But it is important to have some sense of a return on investment and return on what it is you think you're going to, and it needs to be a big impact. It can't just be I saved an hour or I saved 2 hours.
Yeah.
It needs to be impactful for the business.
Right. Transformative, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. And so we have, a little bit more time left. I have wanted to ask, from a leadership perspective, right? So you were in this leadership role, you're leading this team. How do you foster that culture of innovation? Because it's not always easy to do at an organization.
It's true. And I think, we have a great group of people. And one of the things I spoke about in my talk is that the characteristics of the people do matter. And our group in digital, we have people that are curious, people with entrepreneurial spirit, people that have no fear, people that just dive in. None of us had any background in connecting with LLMs or we didn't really know where this was going to end up, but it was the nature of, being comfortable with ambiguity and being driven and caring about the end business result. We all work with business stakeholders and we support all of the applications for OutSystems. And we also have some customer facing and developer facing applications as well. And so I think if you have that spirit behind you, all you need to do is channel the energy and be organized. So we have like a singular content stack. We have a very focused foundations team, but that entrepreneurial spirit really carried us forward for a year. And I'm so proud of our team and so thrilled with the results and our business champions as well. You can't do it without the business champions. And I'm really proud of everything that we've done in the past year. I can't wait to see where we are next year. It's going to be amazing. It's hard to know where this is going to take us, but
it sounds like you have a lot to be proud of. So
It
that's
is.
very exciting. And so, I have to ask, just because you are so involved with this and really like on the front edge of all of the research into it, like what trends do you see in digital transformation, and particularly with Gen AI and low code?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things. The first thing can be that dashboards might disappear as we know it. So, traditionally you have a data science team produces a Power BI dashboard or another version, and everything's pre-made. The idea that you can generate graphs now, you can generate things that are personalized within your own department or for an individual, you could be having personalized dashboards. The second thing is, I think, workflow and how you work. The fact that we talked about Mentor and that it's been released as of yesterday and we're all excited
So
to use
excited,
it.
yeah.
The idea of requirements generation can be coming from verbal talking. The fact that we could be doing wireframing and, generates automatic requirements from that. I think we're going to cut down a development cycle ourselves tremendously. So I think you have an internal benefit, but then there's this business transformative nature of we're almost eliminating some of the backlog that we've had in some areas in favor of generative AI because it's far superior with the end results than if we were doing something traditionally. So I think looking at the nature of the work, how we work, and then the impact of the work, all three of those are critical. And I think you have to just go broad with how you think also. This is not just about you and your department anymore. It's what does the organization have for data and how can you leverage it? In fact, we're even storing some of the generative AI results coming out of one use case and putting those in storage for another use case. So anything that gets AI generated in some ways becomes insights for another use case, and the multi-agent, multi-pattern use cases, that's where we are right now. I can't wait to see where those go in the future. And it's hard to say what mature means in generative AI. We think we're becoming more mature, but we may see ourselves more as novices next year.
I think we've probably only started to scratch the surface, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for being here and sharing your insights. It's been very interesting. And, you spent a lot of time with us answering these questions. And I know it's a topic that's really interesting to me and I'm sure to a lot of people at home. So thank you so much again, Joanne.
You're welcome. Thanks so much.
All right, we are back on Decoded live from One with a special guest, a surprise guest here. Super excited to welcome you back to stream, Craig.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Awesome. So for those of you who were not on yesterday or didn't get a chance to see a segment, can you reintroduce yourself?
Of course. I'm Craig St. Jean. I am the Chief Technology Architect at Zebia for our OutSystems division. I'm an OutSystems MVP. I've been an MVP since 2018, and I've been using the platform since 2017. Focused on everything from, O11 and ODC and legacy modernization from non-OutSystems platforms into OutSystems platforms. And also focused on, as an MVP, the community, particularly in Forge components and contributing wherever I can.
Yeah, and I'm excited that you mentioned Forge components. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that coming up at an event later on this month in Raleigh, North Carolina, called All Things Open. Really large developer conference, and you'll be speaking there all about OutSystems and Forge. Is that correct?
Yes, it's an all open source conference, which may seem a little bit out of place for OutSystems, but when you think about what the Forge is, it is an open source community of OutSystems developers, essentially, mostly. And so I'll be talking about how even in a low code world where you don't have, GitHub and everything else, you still have communities and can work on team projects and collaborate and publish those into a repository in OutSystems, being the Forge.
Yeah, I was super excited. So, and for those of you who don't know, I actually joined OutSystems via Ionic,
Yes.
and so that's an open source developer tool. And I've actually primarily worked with open source developer tools, and so. I will say, I admit I had never thought of low code and open source together.
Right.
And because, you think of code, but so when I found out about the Forge and just like the amount of components that are in there, I think it's really cool because if you think about the spirit of open source, it's about sharing what you've learned, making that available to other developers so they don't have to rebuild everything from scratch. And so you can implement some best practices, right? You don't have to make the same mistakes over and over again, right?
Right.
And so when it comes to the Forge, what type of components have you built?
So some of the things I've done are more along lines of samples. For example, how do you include video chat for like telehealth with the Vonage Forge components? I've got components around calendar scheduling, particularly in ODC. So if you want an Outlook style calendar where you can drag and drop your events and do things, I have a calendar component in there. I've got demonstrations on how to properly manage secure data that you want to ensure is not that is encrypted at rest properly, and how to make sure that even someone who might have database access can't access the data. I also contribute a lot to the Forge in terms of reviewing components for best practices. So there's 3 different kind of statuses for components. There's OutSystems supported components, there's trusted components, and then there's the community components. And those trusted components have been reviewed by OutSystems staff and or MVPs to ensure that they follow best practices, that they aren't having any vulnerabilities. And there's this whole list of things that we look for. So I also contribute in assisting verify some of those components for trusted status.
Yeah, and that's really great because I think a lot of people, when they think about open source, is the building part, right? And you contribute with pull requests, in the GitHub world, or like by creating it and submitting it and publishing that. But there are so many things that need to be worked on with the software project, right? And there's so many things, the ways to contribute. And I think that it's really great that you speak to that process because for some people who maybe want to get involved, it might be intimidating to start from scratch and to build that up. But if they can see, oh, you know what, I can review this, or I noticed something because I used this component and I improved it in some way, and that can be their contribution. It doesn't have to be starting from scratch. And so I think is that how you started, or did you start building and then go into maintenance, or the other way around? Or
it was a little bit of both at once. Actually, the first component I wrote was back when there weren't really any OpenID Connect components for OutSystems 11. Maybe, no, it was OutSystems 10 back then, I think.
Reaching back, yeah.
I was using, for work, a identity provider called Auth0. So while I was actually visiting the Linda Vela office in Portugal prior to the OutSystems Developer Conference of 2018, I was sitting in the OutSystems office creating an open source component to connect to Auth0 for authentication and authorization. Then after that, I also started getting involved where maybe I was using a component and I saw some areas of improvement, whether it was in terms of code quality or features. In one of the examples, it was the Azure Blob Storage, where it was using some of the APIs that Azure Blob Storage offered, but I needed it to also support an additional one. So instead of going and creating my own version or just modifying it and keeping it to myself, in the Forge, there's an option to join the team that can contribute to a Forge component. So I requested to join the team and said what I wanted to accomplish. The original component author approved me. And from there, I started contributing back to that component. And so if you want to get involved, that's another option. You can take a look at existing applications, components, connectors, and take a look at the team, and you can join that team or request to join the team. You can also message the authors directly through the OutSystems website by clicking on their name and private messaging them. And so you can also say, hey, I like this component. Is there any way I can get involved? Another area that, depending on what you like to do, some people like to write documentation. Some people absolutely hate it. If you're in the first camp, a lot of the components really could use some better documentation. And you can work with the team member there, join the team, and contribute back to the documentation.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. I love writing documentation, but I think I'm few and far between on that. And so
I have my times where it's like, sometimes it's like, I'm just going to go and write all sorts of documentation. And then for like the next 3-4 months, I'm like, I don't want to touch it.
Yeah. You kind of go in spurts, right?
Yep.
But I think the other thing about kind of looking at open source and Forge components in particular is that it's a great way to learn, right? So
absolutely,
I've always been kind of learn in a way where I like to read code, say how did they solve this problem? Why did they choose to do it this way? What is happening? Following the flows. And when I was learning OutSystems, when I came onto the team, I did a lot of that too. It was opening up the samples that are in there, some of the components. How is this connector hooked up? Why is it implemented this way? Oh, cool, error handling. That's helpful. And
right.
So it really is a great way to just kind of get in there, get your hands on it, and make some changes and see what breaks and see what doesn't, and learn how it works. And so I think that's another aspect of it that's helping to push the community forward just as a learning resource. Okay?
Yeah, and when it comes to contributions, maybe you see a component and maybe you think, is this appropriate for me to commit to or contribute to, I should say. And in a lot of cases, these components are developed by people who have their normal day job, and they wrote the component because they needed it and wanted to give it to everyone else, but they don't necessarily have time to maintain it. So just because you see a component out there, that doesn't mean that there's not things that they might need help with to help support that and maintain that over time. Within Zebia, we've done that, where Azure Blob Storage being an example, but we've actually contributed to over, I don't remember the exact count. I think it's close to some 400 components.
Oh, wow.
Have been contributed to by Zebia employees. And in most of those cases, we're not the original author, but we joined the team and gave some contribution. And in other cases, we are the original author, and it's just all about giving back and helping everyone. So.
And that's one of the things about the OutSystems community, right? We keep saying it over and over again. So I may sound like a broken record, I'm sorry, but the OutSystems community is super unique in their willingness to help each other, right? And that's something that, we saw recently. We actually both attended a user group in Atlanta, and there's so many opportunities in the community for people to connect. You could even potentially go to a user group, meet somebody, and work on a component together, right? I mean, and so.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're passionate about the community, you don't have to wait for someone else to start a user group. You can interact with OutSystems and say, hey, I want to have a user group in this location. I think we've got some good people that could join it. And, can you help me figure out a venue or how we want to get people there? And you can work together. And so if that's something you're passionate about, and again, within Zebia, we've got we've got some fantastic community members, Christian Ball, focusing on many of the user groups within India, as well as Nidhi, and myself and Brian Minton in the US. We've got Nor contributing to user groups within Netherlands and Saudi Arabia, I think, and Dubai. So if it's something you like doing, or you just think, hey, I wish I could meet more people in this area, reach out and say, I'd love to establish a user group here and give it a try. There's nothing wrong with trying, and if it doesn't go great, you either learn from it or you let someone else take it over from there. But be the first one to get it going. And
yeah, and OutSystems is here to help. That's part of what our team does, and the community team here. And so we just love fostering that community and that ability for people to take ownership of it, and lead in that. So that's really great. Well, for those of you, as I mentioned, you're talking about open source and OutSystems is coming up at All Things Open. If you're not in Raleigh, North Carolina, however, the session will be recorded. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. We'll be sharing that in the future once that's ready. So you can learn more about open source and OutSystems. But anything else you want to add?
If you are in the area, it's October 27th through 29th is the conference. The talk itself is on October 28th.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here with us, Craig, again, and hopping on and talk about open source topic that's very near and dear to my heart. And thank you for helping to drive that forward at OutSystems as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we will be right back with some more interviews for you after these short videos.
Everyone that is moving from iCodes to low code in the beginning will hear something like, oh, in OutSystems, you're going to be pretty limited. You're going to have some boundaries here and there, some things that you cannot do. I think there's a lot of also comments saying you won't have a good look and feel in your applications, or all OutSystems applications look the same. And I think that was what was concerning me at the start. And it was fun because right from the start, I had a completely different experience right in my first project. We were building a mobile application. The look and feel was completely different from anything else that was on the market. And it was totally done in OutSystems. If someone tells you that OutSystems has boundaries, it's your job to check if they really exist, because we can build really incredible things with the OutSystems platform.
So as always, in a typical OutSystems way, we've launched all of these things fully integrated. And this is the power of 1 + 1 = 3. For example, Data Fabric allows us to tap into multiple systems and transform the data sets and the system of records of these systems into a virtualized data model. Now, data model, the moment we have changes, generates events, and generates events that are compatible with our event-driven architecture, which basically means that if we have a particular system like Salesforce who generates an event which is sales closed, we can create very simple in low code an automation that integrates with NetSuite or with SAP and fires the whole invoice processing for the customer based on the fact that that event was generated in the other system. So this type of automation can be built in seconds, and it scales to millions.
All right, we are back live from One here. I am Cecelia Martinez. I'm so glad to be joined by Abir Al-Assal, a senior developer at Linkit. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you, Cecelia.
Yeah. How long have you worked with OutSystems?
I have been working with OutSystems since 2018, which 6 years now.
Wow.
6 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, great. And how do you like being an OutSystems developer?
I love it. I love it. It's the job that I love doing. So it's a journey that I actually enjoyed.
Yeah. Did you, is there anything that was kind of surprising to you when you first started working with the OutSystems platform?
Of course. Yeah. I haven't even heard about OutSystem or low code before I start using it at work. So it came all as a surprise, like, hey, we're going to use OutSystems and there is something that's called low code. And yeah, I discovered it. Loved it. Here I am.
Yeah. It sounds like it. For 6 years, you've been working with it. And also you are part of the MVP program here at OutSystems, and you're a really active member of the community. You actually joined us recently on one of our Twitter spaces. And that was really exciting to hear you speak about that. But why is it so important for you to become involved in the community? What motivated you to do that?
Well, the thing is, I believe that in the tech field, community is what gives it the power. We love to give back, we love to share, we love to support each other and teach and all of that. And the thing is, when you're using a technology or something, when you give back, you're also encouraging others to give back. And this is how you grow with things, because we are not just, you cannot live in a community that gatekeep things and expect it to grow and expect yourself also to grow, because it goes both ways. When you have people who actually learn and actually come up with ideas and actually participate with you, and it keeps the flow going both ways. But you have to give back in order to keep this thing going. So
yeah, and really, I like that. I love that you mentioned that, because it is a flow, right? It's new people coming in, learning. They need a lot of help. They need some advice. They need resources. And then as you grow in your career, you become the person who can then create those things and give back. And it's this beautiful, like, full circle, right? And
exactly, it's also kind of a responsibility, because it's like a cycle. When you are still learning, you find people who help you, and then when you grow a little bit more with your career, you start feeling the responsibility that now it's your responsibility to help others. So if you keep this cycle going, this is how you have a healthy community. And also, when I was starting with OutSystem at first, there weren't much people know about it. So I understand the struggle. I understand the struggle of others who might be in the same position right now, that they cannot find someone to actually guide them, and how important that is.
yeah. Have you found a lot of other OutSystems developers, like, in person in your community?
Well, when I started in person, that was not really the thing, because when we first started, OutSystem was really just starting in Egypt by that time. I'm Egyptian, like now I live in the Netherlands, but when I started with OutSystem, I started when I was in Egypt. So the thing is, I was also firstly certified. So you can really imagine how there were no one else kind of really discovering the things. So there weren't community in person, but then I knew about the forum, and I was asking most of my questions there, and I was getting help there. So when I was in the position that now it's like, now I think it's my turn. I should give back to the community in a way or another.
I think that's really amazing, because I think that's pretty unique to OutSystems, right? I think I've been a part of other developer communities, and some of them are very passionate and help, but sometimes, they don't really want to have to work with people who are still learning or asking a lot of questions. And I found that OutSystems, especially those that become MVPs, obviously are very active, and they feel that sense of responsibility. So as an MVP, what are some of the things that you do as part of that program?
Well, I think everyone become an MVP for a unique trait he has. I think that, because when I met everyone, I think everyone is unique in what he can bring to the table and everything. For me, it's usually the community. Like I love to mentor others. I love to give talks and talks about the thing that I love and I'm excited about, and just like guide people to things. And I'm not like, I advocate for OutSystem and low code, but I also advocate for it, like, let's know about something that it exists in the market, especially when I talk to tech people. I'm part of this tech community, so I talk with minds that are alike and talk about the technical part of it and the technology and all the possibilities and these kind of things. And I enjoy doing that.
It's actually really valuable, because I have to say, I did not know a lot about low code before I came into OutSystems. And I think it's something that, as I've learned more and more about it and been able to work with the platform more, I'm like, wow, I wish I had this sooner, because you can do so many things with it. And I think because the MVPs and you in particular are doing this work of, sharing your knowledge, putting that out there, it helps you make other developers aware that these solutions exist and that they can make their lives easier, which is really valuable. And so, and another thing that you probably do as an MVP is, you mentioned the forums, you mentioned resources. Have you participated in any of like the user groups or other events, or is this your first OutSystems event here?
No, I participated in. I actually organized the user groups in Egypt.
Excellent.
Yeah, I organized it in Cairo. I organized it in Alexandria as well. So in two cities now. I started organizing them in 2021.
Okay,
if I'm correct.
Yeah. We were just talking about user groups actually, and how you don't necessarily have to be an OutSystems expert or a community expert to get started, right? So how was that process of creating those user groups? And
Actually, I heard about the user groups when I reallocated to the Netherlands. So I knew about all the user groups and everything. And I was like, well, we don't have that in Egypt. We should have that in Egypt. I contacted Katerina. Let's start organizing it. I have been organizing it since then. And it's nice that you, not just the organizing part. It's nice that now I kept encouraging people. Now I see people like, come to me with the ideas like, hey, I have this topic idea and I want to do a user groups. Can you have us like, sure, and organize it. Let's do it. And you have the freedom to do whatever you want.
Yeah. And speaking at user groups is a great way to practice, if ever you want to submit to a conference like one or any other events in the future. So
exactly.
Yeah. Have you been to one before, or is this your first time at one?
No, not my first one. The first event one I attended was in 2019. It was at the same place, also in Amsterdam.
Okay. Yeah.
It was my first time here.
How does the experience compare to that from that time to now?
Well, what I can say, I came like a newbie here. I was using OutSystems for a year or so, and I came here and I heard about everything. I heard about the session. I knew that there is something called the MTP program. I heard about things like I was looking to it as really something. It was really nice for me. Like it gave me this encouragement and insights about a lot of things related to the community, related to the platform, how things are new. And I was really a newbie by that time, so it was really, really nice.
Yeah, and now you're coming back, and you're not a newbie anymore. You're an MVP, and you're able to engage with more people and share your knowledge. So. Must be really exciting to have gone through that journey.
It really is.
Yeah. Well, I do want to talk about mentorship and developer education, because you mentioned both of those things early on as things that you're passionate about, and that's one of your focuses as an MVP. Why is it so important for more senior developers to help train and support and mentor junior developers?
It's part of the responsibility. I can say sometimes I feel it's like a responsibility, and also this is how you help them grow, because OutSystem has all the knowledge on online, and we can easily look it up, and they can actually find it for free even.
Right.
But I find it's the human interaction, the part where you actually discuss ideas and discuss and ask questions and find them answer and ask, why would I do it this way? How can I do it better? And all of this, I don't think you can find it online. And I think this part adds a lot of value to juniors, to not just juniors, to anyone who's like, a newbie like I was. Like you just really want to discover and start and doesn't even know which courses should I do first. Like
There's how can I courses.
Exactly. Like which one to do, what to do after that? How can I practice my knowledge? How to do all of that? I think it takes some knowledge to have in order to answer these questions. So I think that's the seniors or the people responsibility.
And I don't know if you found this, but I've also found that it can be beneficial to the senior developer because it forces you to explain things in a new way. Exactly. Or you even can learn from what types of questions are being asked. Like, oh, I never realized that was confusing. Maybe we need to improve our documentation, or maybe we need to do a session on that topic. And so I think it's a responsibility, but I think there's also some benefit, right, to pushing
really
forward.
It really is, because you heard the question and you heard it from a total different aspect. You heard it from a total different point of view, you know? So these questions and these discussions, it adds to the person as well.
Yeah. It's all about that human interaction, right?
Exactly.
And that's something we forget about sometimes with tech.
Yeah,
So,
very much, yes.
so I know that you have multiple OutSystems certifications, correct?
Yeah.
So how has that impacted your career and your learning journey preparing for those?
Well, preparing for those, it was usually the online resources. I did some boot camps as well. It was a mix and match, but it was nice to learn what I need more technically, or what I need more in my next step, or what I need more in my career. And the exam certification, it's always nice to have a proof that you really learned that,
Yes. Yeah. It feels good, right? It feels
it feels good. It feels a bit of achievement. It's nice to show off.
Get the badge,
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I went through the process. So I joined OutSystems last year, and I went through the process of getting my associate developer certification. And it was interesting to just go through that and understand what it's like from the OutSystems developer experience. And I did learn a lot. I learned some things that, I think reinforces some good best practices about software development in general, right? Not just OutSystems, but overall, like what does a good performant front end look like? How should you set up your data to make sure that it's going to be what you need for your application? And so in addition to the hands-on experience you get day to day, it helps to reinforce some of those more core concepts too. So awesome. Well, thank you for being here. We have just a few minutes left. I was wondering, what advice would you give to developers that are looking to get more involved and grow with OutSystems, maybe in the community specifically?
Well, I think it's just I always advise people to learn as much as you can and participate in these kind of things, like be part of the community, be visible part of the community. Not like it will benefit you in a way or another. Like you might not really see it on the spot. Like when I wasn't organizing the user group or anything, I really had no plan whatsoever or what's gonna come after or whatever. I just wanted to go there. Like me myself, whenever the first time I attended one event, I had no idea that it will give me this encouragement, that it will make me want to do that or give me this insights. Just be there, show up, do the work, and then when that chance comes, make the most out of it.
And I think, that makes the job so much more fun, right? Because you're always learning. It's not just, okay, I have to do this, I have to do that. It helps to satisfy that curiosity and you feel like you're growing as a developer. So so thank you again for being here, for taking time out of your conference schedule to be on Decoded Live at One. And it was really, the goal here is to help people who are at home in our global community feel like they're part of the conference and part of the experience. And you being here and answering questions really helps to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Cecelia, as well.
Awesome. Well, we will definitely want to stay tuned because we have even more coming up. We will have Eliza joining back on the stream for an interview with our product team from Sergio. So definitely want to stay tuned and join after this short video.
My mommy made me mash my M&Ms. You nervous? Why would I be nervous? I'm the leading low-code provider. Oh, really? Yep. Wow. So you automatically generate the C#, JavaScript, SQL statements, and CSS for the apps people build with your visual designer? No, we don't do that. Oh. What do you do? Well, you see, our apps run on an interpreted Java stack. So it's all, interpreted. Well, so that's not really low code as much as faux code. Yeah, pretty much. Is there some benefit to that or? Not really, no. Actually, it takes more computing resources just to run the same workloads. You generate real code though? We do, yeah. We even generate native iOS or Android mobile apps. What? No extra work required. And our clients can take all that code with them if they leave the platform. No vendor lock-in? Shh. No vendor lock-in? Oh. People actually say we look alike. Yeah, I don't see it. No.
All right. I hope you enjoyed that fun video. It is Eliza again. I am here with Sergio from our professional services team. Sergio, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello. Thanks for having me. So I'm Sergio Dias. I'm the head of development lifecycle at OutSystems Professional Services. And basically, I lead a team of experts in professional services. We work with customers doing what's called the expert services, and in several areas like architecture, DevOps, app security, that's the main areas. And we also build the best practices for using the platform, not only for O11, but also for OEC.
Very cool.
And I've been very involved with the product management and other parts of the company in building the architecture best practices and some other contents that we've been releasing in collaboration with technical knowledge, and training team and other teams.
Very cool. Yeah, we've had a lot of partners on the call today or on the stream today. And so you're sort of the internal team that can play the role of a partner a little bit to get people up and running.
Yes.
And yeah, very
yeah,
cool.
Professional service, yes. So we have two main areas, one that builds more projects, let's say, another that's called the experts. We also have the technical success, but as the experts are typically smaller, not as many, we also participate in projects, but we also have these smaller services where we do architecture assessments, where we can help customers implement, for instance, a CI/CD pipeline or test automation capabilities, or any other thing that it's required to adopt ODC and to help our customers get the most out of it. Basically,
Very cool. Very cool. So what have you learned by working with enterprises on these real world, large scale software development use cases?
Yeah, actually, the first customer I worked with OutSystems when I joined in 2018, I worked in professional services, but at the time I joined a project, very large project that we had there. It was about around 50 people. And I was the lead architecture of that project. And it was quite an experience because it was a large team. We had around 5 development teams. And we had to deal with lots of concurrency issues between the teams. We had to deal a lot with testing automation, with release management automation. So there's lots of challenges there that I think now we have lots of other best practices and tools and etc. that can help. But we learned a lot from that kind of experience. And myself, I tried to apply the knowledge that I got from that huge project and huge undertaking into bringing that to the community, to the partners,
Absolutely.
to everyone that can leverage OutSystems in a better way. So
definitely.
Kind of to get to your question, I think that having a sound architecture, being able to put in place automations in the processes to have test automation, to automate all the things in hand, to have a streamlined process, I think sometimes is a challenge. Going from developing one small application to do a larger undertaking or a larger project sometimes is challenging.
Yeah.
And you need to have all those capabilities in place. So that's probably my take there.
Yeah, I think the big benefit to folks using professional services. Sorry, just for those at home, what's happening now is the balcony has 2 entrances, and normally we're able to point people toward the right entrance. We just had someone come to the wrong entrance, so she had to sneak around the cameras. It was a little comical. So professional services ends up having to be experts in every use case, every element of the platform, all the stuff that we're about to release and all the stuff that's out already.
Yeah, and because since we have this close connection with the product, we can anticipate lots of the needs, and this is very very good because we can be on the front line and we can build these contents that everyone can then use, and so this is very important. And also, regarding use cases, our teams in the field works with tons of different use cases of customers. So we have people that are experts in different kinds of business lines like insurance, healthcare, banking, whatever. Wherever you throw in, we'll have someone to deal with that. So we have really an amazing team. So that's also very rewarding working with this kind of professionals that we have in our team.
All right. So speaking of having to know what's coming in the future, migration has been a big topic at ONE this year.
Yes.
What are the benefits to companies moving from O11 to ODC?
Yeah, I think that we should talk more about ODC adoption instead of migration.
Okay, sure.
Because migration will be a very technical point, but what do we think the customers and partners should think about is, okay, start building new use cases in ODC, start understanding the platform, start having everyone to know the product and how to best leverage it.
Yeah.
Because that's the important part. And then gradually we think about the migration and we start preparing our applications in O11 so that it's going to be smoother to do that technical part of the migration. And also product will help with that because we'll have the migration toolkit to help on that part. But I think the key the key thing here is to think more about ODC adoption instead of only focusing on the migration.
The movement is the second part.
Yeah,
First, we got to
exactly.
figure out
Yeah,
how we're going
I
to
think
use the
the
product.
first step is
Yeah.
how to fit ODC into your landscape. What are the use cases you can already start to use, and to help unlock those things that we presented yesterday, like Mentor, like all those new things, like the new mobile UI that we're going to have. So there's lots of innovation coming to ODC, and we should leverage it. But we can do this together using both of the best of both worlds, with having some applications still in 011 and new applications coming to ODC, and leveraging and communicating and working together with both platforms.
Nice, nice. So speaking of ODC, how does a cloud native architecture like ODC improve other areas of the life cycle?
Well, I think as I said before, it all starts with architecture. Okay, so you need to architect your applications in the way that your teams are independent. So I think in the past, we probably focused too much on the development speed, and we forgot about that what really matters is to deliver into production. And so there's a compromise there where you need to have an application architecture that is loosely coupled, but and this might have a bit more of effort when you're developing, but actually gives you this trade-off that teams are more independent, can release at their own release pace, and in the end be faster. Even yesterday, I was talking with a customer who was having some of these difficulties, and I was telling him, look, you need to look in the architecture first, make sure your teams are independent and they can deploy independently so they can go at a faster pace. So I think architecture, the way that you architect your apps is loosely coupled by nature in ODC, and this will help a lot with all of those things. And so for me, that's the first key point. Then I think ODC will continue to evolve to bring us other features in the lifecycle. I think one of them that is already really advanced is everything around traceability and logging, and the way you can see traceability around all of your services, and client-side part of it also getting you in control of many other metrics that in 011 is a bit more harder to get.
Got it. Okay. All right. So recordings of all the talks will be released to the training site at for OutSystems soon, outsystems.com/training. You gave a talk.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what the talk was about and why people should tune in?
Sure. So my talk was actually about the topic we mentioned before. It was about adopting ODC in a coexistence approach. So the main part of the talk is how can you prepare your architecture in 011 so that you can smoothly migrate to ODC in a progressive way. But at the same time, if you want to start with the new use cases in ODC, you can work together with 011 and make sure that they can communicate and they can work together. Okay, so this is the main part of my talk. I don't want to disclose more because I will spoil it, so you need to watch it.
Oh, of course, yeah. We don't want to discourage people from watching.
Yeah,
definitely
sure.
tune in a few weeks when it's out. For developers that are a bit nervous about the migration process, which I think is natural, how can an incremental approach, like you're suggesting, work for them?
Yeah, so I think the incremental approach is exactly what developers need to get more confidence, because as soon as we have the migration toolkit supporting these next year, it will enable us to move not the full factory, but parts of our factory. So some business applications at a time. So we can start with simpler use cases. We can prepare those simpler use cases, understand how the process works, and get more confidence on what's needed to be done in establishing your own processes also to cope with this. As the migration toolkit also evolves, we'll have more and more automations, and this will also ease up the life of the developers. And that's also an important point. But I think that this build-up of doing it incrementally will be very important. But as I said before, starting to adopt it, it's important, because if you're already working with ODC before starting the migrations, you already know lots of stuff that will be a baseline for the migrations.
You know where some of the buttons are. You know,
Exactly.
you get the idea of low code, visual coding, that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Aside from architectural and technical considerations, are there any organizational or process aspects developers should consider to prepare?
Yeah. So in a nutshell, in terms of organization, in our architecture best practices, we already talked a lot about that. That is regarding the way you structure your architecture to cope with your teams. So as I mentioned before, to make sure that teams are independent, it's a key concept of modern architecture, okay? So that you can test independently, so you can get to production independently. This really increases your speed of delivery, okay, in the end. Absolutely. And that's the important part here. And so for this, it's important for you not to mix your sponsors, not to mix your owners. Make sure your teams are really segregated in terms of the architecture parts that they are working on. And this will enable them to be independent and to be faster. Regarding processes, I think that the big thing, and we had lots of talks yesterday about that, it's continuous delivery. Okay, so ODC is prepared, it's much more prepared to do continuous delivery approach. And you need to get into this mindset of doing small batches, going to production more frequently, so that you have less code to test, less bugs to find shift left all the bugs that you typically find. And I think that's the main concept to grasp. So I recommend everyone to watch those talks, because it's really important to have that continuous delivery mindset.
Awesome. Watch those talks. Sign up for the early access program for Mentor, of course.
Yes.
Sign up for some ODC training. Yes. Get yourself kind of ready.
Yeah, you have already all the best practices on architecture, for instance. You can get certified, so you have all of that available. So.
Very exciting. And I do want to say, for those nervous about ODC, we've run a lot of certification events live in person. We're doing some now. And we haven't been running a lot of associate 011 exams. We've been doing ODC associate exams. If you're familiar with our exams, associate is sort of the first level. You're certified OutSystems, right? A lot of people are not coming in necessarily with the perfect knowledge of ODC. They say, you know, I've been using 011. I'll just try the ODC exam. We're getting a huge rate of passes. People are taking that ODC exam. Not to say it's easy, but with the 011 knowledge, they find it not too difficult to learn
because
ODC.
From a developer perspective, it doesn't change too much. Yeah. Okay, so Service Studio, ODC Studio, it's all basically the same, okay? So don't be afraid of that from a developer's perspective. Yep. I think the bigger changes are more on the architecture side, the lifecycle side. You have changes there. There are some new features, some new stuff that you need to learn. But from a developer perspective, I totally agree with you. It's basically the same.
Yeah,
okay?
We're not trying to make it hard on you. Okay, so anything else you'd like to share with our audience while you're here?
No, I think you asked previously, or also some of the things that we can leverage in ODC. I think I forgot some, like events or data fabric, where there are really game changers in terms of the capabilities that we have in 011 that now we can leverage already in ODC. Especially events, I think the experience around using it's very, very easy for developers, and it's very scalable. So it's also something in terms of performance in ODC. It's much easier to cope with this kind of complex, heavy-duty use cases. And also data fabric that largely simplifies use cases where you need to mash up data from different data sources, let's call it this way, databases or other systems. And that will keep evolving the number of systems or external databases that we support. So I think there are also two great tools that you can already leverage in ODC to make great use cases.
Nice. That's amazing. So we talked a lot about what you're an expert in. We talked about your role. We talked about your talk. What's been your experience like at One generally?
Well, the conference.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it because I've been a speaker in the last years in the conference. I think this year the venue is amazing. We have amazing rooms. I feel a very good energy in the air, so everyone is excited with the news, the new announcements that we did around AI, around Mentor. So I think it's very positive for me. I think it was a great event.
Yeah.
Although it didn't end yet, but for me, my talk is finished. So
Yeah,
it was great.
We were just saying earlier, we were both feeling a little tired this morning after day one, but once you got to give your talk and I got to start yapping on camera, well, and energy is back. We're good. We're
Adrenaline kicks in when we start.
Exactly. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. This has been a great chatting with you. Next up, we're going to do another game, not trivia. What sort of trivia? We're doing Two Truths and a Lie, Developer Days edition. Developer Days, I'll say, where we have a lot of professional services speakers speaking at. I
have people from my team there, so go there in Lisbon.
Yeah, go to Developer Days and see someone else from professional services speak. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, as promised, we are back with another opportunity to win an OutSystems prize pack. And again, this is actually your last chance to win an OutSystems prize pack. So you will want to definitely take take advantage of this opportunity by scanning the QR code, joining at slido.com 2618116. People are joining now. You do have to register with your name and email to win, because that way we can let you know that you won and send your prize back to you. So going to give it a minute here for folks to join. I see a lot of people hopping in already. So again, scan that QR code or join slido.com and enter code 2618116 to join. This is Two Truths and a Lie. If you've never played this game before, we'll give you 3 statements. It is up to you to decide which one of them is a lie or not true. So 2 of the statements will be true. 1 of the statements will be not true or a lie. It's up to you to use your detective skills and what you may know about dev days to figure out which one is the lie. You don't have to be an expert. Of course, all participants have a chance to win. This is for fun and for bragging rights to see how much you know about developer days. So Two Truths and a Lie, Dev Days edition. Go ahead and get signed up, name and email, and we will be starting here in just a minute. We are nearing towards the end of this next hour of our stream. You definitely want to make sure that you stay tuned. We have a lot more interviews coming up. We are also finishing out the day on Decoded Live at 1 with CEO Paulo Rosado. So a lot more still to come. So it looks like we have quite a few people joined. So I'm going to go ahead and get this started. Two Truths and a Lie. Again, you are looking for the lie or the false statement. First, which is the lie? Developer Days are a series of one-day events to connect with and empower the OutSystems developer community. There have been 3 Dev Days events in 2024. And Dev Days features technical sessions from OutSystems team members as well as community speakers. All right, so now is your chance to select your answer. Which one is the lie? Which one is not true? You can go ahead and put your votes in now. You have about 1 minute to get your votes in. And if you have attended any developer days this year, please feel free to mention that in the chat, whether you're joining. You can let us know, shout it out, tell us how your experience was if you have attended any of the dev days this year. About 30 seconds to get your answers in. Still looking to get some more votes. I see more people have not submitted, so make sure that you answer. The more you participate, the better your chance. However, you do not have to get the answer correct. All right, get last chance to get those answers in. Just a few more seconds. Which one is the lie? All right, so not a consensus here. Have a variety of answers, but the correct answer is that, well, I should say the incorrect answer is that there have been 3 Dev Days events in 2024. That is a lie. That is not true. We've actually had more. We've had 4 Dev Days events so far in 2024. And if you were able to attend one of those, pop that in the chat. Let us know what city that you joined from. And so we can, just get a sense of who's out there watching and who's been to Developer Days. Again, you can still join if you'd still like a chance to win an OutSystems prize pack. You can scan the QR code on your screen or go to slido.com and enter code 2618116. Register with your name and email for a chance to win a bunch of cool OutSystems swag sent straight to you. All right, let's go ahead and get to the next question. So which of the following is a lie about Developer Days? Is it OutSystems developers can get certified for free at Dev Days events? Is it Eliza and Cecelia also shared the stage as MCs for a Dev Days event? Or is it OutSystems has hosted Dev Days in New York, Denver, and London? So go ahead and get your answers in now. You have about a minute to select which one you believe is the lie, which one is not true. All right. Oh, looks like there's some competition. Not everybody agrees on what the lie is. It's still about 30 seconds to get your answers in. I'm still seeing a lot more responses come. Again, you can join anytime. So if you're just now tuning in, you still have a chance to win. Slido.com, code 2618116, or scan that QR code on the screen. Oh, okay. So they're going back and forth. Looks like you got about 9 seconds left to get your answer in. All right, and time is up. So which one of these is the lie? Well, the answer is that the lie is the third one. OutSystems has hosted Dev Days in New York, Denver, and London. That is not true. So we did not host a Dev Days in Denver or London. We are in different cities this year. We were in New York, and Eliza and myself, Cecelia, were the MCs for the New York Developer Days. And it's absolutely true that you can get certified for free at Dev Days events. So if you attend a Dev Days, you can take your certification on site for free. And again, you don't have to get all the answers right to this to win a prize pack. Everybody who participates is eligible to win. The more you participate, the better your chances are. We will be drawing winners from the participants, and we will email you if you win to coordinate how to send you that awesome OutSystems swag. So keep participating. Don't worry about getting them all correct. All right, we have time for one more. So the third question coming up now is, which of the following is the lie? Is it that the call for speakers for the next Dev Days is open until October 22nd? Is it that only MVPs and champions are invited to Dev Days? Or is that Dev Days Lisbon is happening on November 19th? So get your answers in now. Which one is the lie? Which of the following is not true? And yes, thank you, Miguel, for pointing that out in the chat. Yes, just by participating, you'll be eligible. You do have to register with your name and your email, but you don't need to get all the answers right. All right. Let's get those answers in. Again, this is your very last chance for the Decoded Live at One stream to win an OutSystems prize pack. It's been quite a journey. I appreciate everyone participating in all the trivia. Hopefully you learned some new things about either ODC or AI or OutSystems community. All right, about 15 seconds left to get your answers in. I still see some more people submitting, so don't forget to do that. Every time you participate, you get a chance to win. And time is up. We have reached the end of the very last trivia game. And of course, the answer here is that only MVPs and champions are invited to Dev Days. That is not true. That is a lie. Everybody in the OutSystems community is welcome to attend Developer Days, and we encourage you to do so. This is a free event that you can attend, and it's something that's a really great opportunity to bring the community together. You can actually register now for the next Dev Days, which is happening on November 19th in Lisbon. You can also submit to speak at the event. October 22nd, the call for speakers is still open for a little bit longer. So if you want to speak at Dev Days in Lisbon on November 19th, get your submissions in. We feature technical top speakers from both our OutSystems team, but then also our community. So please submit your sessions, share your knowledge with our OutSystems community, and make sure to register for this free event. All right. Well, that brings us, like I said, to the end of our final trivia. And we are super excited to have brought that to you. And I'm super excited to notify all the winners and let you know if you won the prize pack. So keep an eye out for it. Make sure to show off all of your swag on social media once you receive that, so that everyone can know that you are a Decoded Live fan and that Decoded Live was able to give you some great swag. Up next, we are going to have some more interviews. We're going to have Eliza back on the stream, joined by MVP Stefan Weber. So you want to make sure that you definitely stick around. We'll be back shortly after these short videos.
Hello, my name is Markow and I've been a director at Keep It Simple by Innovisor for more than 10 years now. Are you tired of all that huge amount of time lost to change simple things in your apps? All the complications that you need to deal with? Do you want to know how you can make a difference in today's world? Listen carefully, because we know how to do it. We have been working with OutSystems for 20 years, and we love what we accomplished together with our partners across this long journey. And by the way, we did amazing things pretty fast. The work with our customers continues to this day. This means long, trustful relationships. And what's the secret? It's simple. OutSystems is a low-code platform. You get to use your time on what really matters. With an amazing fast development pace, you can focus on thinking on the best solution without all that cold fusion from other technologies. And are you afraid of AI getting your job? Don't be. We love AI, and you should too. At OutSystems, we use AI daily in many forms. Most of them are so natural that you don't even notice. You just need to ask. We use OutSystems for a better future, and the future is happening now. Do you want to make part of it? Let's do it together. You can find us at one conference, our website, keepitsimple.pt, OutSystems Partners page, or LinkedIn. And don't forget, keep it simple by Innovisor. See you soon.
I constantly hear people saying that developers who are developing in low code aren't real developers. No one respects low code developers. Low code developers are a joke. The first risk that really appeared in my mind when it came to low code programming was that it would deteriorate my skills that I had built up. I found out that that was absolutely not the case. And if anything, it solidified the fundamentals that I learned and strengthened them. While we aren't writing thousands of lines of codes, we're still leveraging thousands of lines of codes to make these products. So I was wrong. My one piece of advice is just try it. Everyone is hesitant or skeptical of trying it, but once you download the free trial from OutSystems, which gives you everything except, like, obviously publishing for consumer use, you can see how the tool is extraordinarily powerful. And if you don't like it, you can just stop.
All right, we're back. Eliza is back on the mic, and I'm joined by Stefan from Telelink. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Eliza. Thank you for having me. My name is Stefan Weber. I'm from Munich. I work for Telelink Business Services. We are a full-service IT provider headquartered in Sofia, Bulgaria, with offices in Germany, UK, in the United States, and the whole Balkan region. And what do I do? What does my team do? We develop custom-tailored software for customers all around the world. My part is with the OutSystems platform.
Nice. So as Telelink, you work with a bunch of different platforms, including OutSystems, you're saying?
Yeah, we do. The majority of our business is traditional coding.
Okay.
As we low coders call it. So the traditional coders don't call it traditional coding. So just we call it that way. But our low code business is growing, mostly in the Western Europe, but we are already working on raising the awareness for OutSystems in the Balkan region.
Very
because
cool.
that is our primary business location at the moment.
A little easier to commute to.
For me, it's easier to commute there. I really like Bulgaria. I like the region. I like the people.
Nice.
Unfortunately, I still don't speak the language.
Okay. Well, you speak at least 2, which is one more than I do.
Yeah, I speak 3.
Oh,
so
my
I
goodness.
speak Bavarian, which is my native language.
Mhm.
Higher German, which I might have a C level.
Okay.
Somewhere. It's
pretty impressive.
And English.
Nice. And of course, OutSystems. So how's your experience been at OutSystems ONE so far?
OutSystems ONE is my most anticipated event of the year.
I love to hear that.
And to be honest, of course, I come for the sessions and to get to know what's coming up. But mostly I come for the people I only know from LinkedIn, from a 2D picture on LinkedIn and something, and meeting those people in real life, talking to them, that is the true value for me from this conference.
Wonderful. I love to hear that. So you've contributed a lot to the community. I knew your name well before I ever met you. You've done tutorials, public speaking, Forge components, and I think maybe some articles as well. Is that true?
Yeah, mostly I do articles, and the Forge components are accompanying that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. So what drives you to create these resources?
Well, it is, I think that writing an article or trying to tell someone else how things can work or what they should do to make things work is the highest level of learning.
Yeah.
So if you can tell someone else how to do something, that also means you have understood how it works and how you can do it. And why I'm doing that, because I see that a lot of OutSystems customers, they still build low to medium complexity applications using the platform, which is a pity because OutSystems it's built for large scale mission critical applications, for core applications, and people build Excel sheets basically with it. And this is my strong belief that the more we developers know about how to use the OutSystems platform in combination with other services like Amazon Web Services, which is my favorite, that the more we know, the more complex solution we can build, which also raises the adoption of the platform. And in the end, and that is what it's all about, secures my job.
Yes, absolutely.
That is why I'm doing it. So it has a reason, of course. Sharing knowledge is great. I like the appreciation and the feedback I get from the community, but also it helps me to learn, to dig deeper into a technology, to share this knowledge with my team, and of course, to raise the possibilities we all have with the platform. At least that is what I'm hoping.
Wonderful. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. The phrase "you've bet your career on this platform" has come up a couple times, and it will again in the future. As I'm talking to Paulo Rosado around 4. It makes sense. All of our MVPs contribute a lot, both to the community and to the development community as a whole, because it's such a great platform. Everyone wants to share it.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
It never disappointed me I guess that is the highest level of appreciation for a technology, that I started without systems, without knowing all the details of the platform, and it never disappointed me up to today.
Wonderful. I love to hear that. We'll have to cut that for a promotional clip later, I think.
Okay. Yeah. It's my copyright. I reserve the right to take some money for it. Yeah?
Wonderful, wonderful. So what are the, you talked a little bit about your articles and the Forge components you make. What are the benefits for developers making Forge components, even if it's not to do something like spread the word about OutSystems?
A good question. So what's the benefit from people for creating Forge components? I often talk to other contributors of Forge, and some create components to get feedback from other developers on if it is built right, using the right patterns, is there anything to improve? For me, creating Forge components, it helps me to extend the possibilities of the platform. And I mean, for all the consumers of Forge components, they benefit from not doing it on their own. I mean, and that is that low-code concept. Try to not develop something. Try to configure. Try to use. Try to visually do something instead of writing custom code like I do, like others do, or doing highly complex stuff. Just consuming the Forge component, using it, focusing on the solution you want to build.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's funny. I run the user group for higher ed developers in North America. Shout out to them if they're watching. I think it's late enough in the day for Americans to be
I don't
awake.
know you, but shout out to you.
We have a school that is a huge OutSystems user that runs almost all of their apps from internal to student facing on OutSystems. We had this other school come along and say, oh, can I see how it works? And then they asked, can we just buy what you've made? And so now we're saying, why don't you put these elements on Forge so other schools can use them? Because you've clearly made something incredible here. Yeah.
And it also helps, you know, that, I mean, it's obvious that, especially we in Germany, we're not good at digital transformation, unfortunately. That is still my belief that once we stepped out over our, let's say, technology adversity, I don't know if that is the right word, but once we stepped over it, we have to gain speed. And OutSystems is the correct platform to quickly deliver things,
Absolutely.
which we haven't done for, unfortunately, a couple of years ago.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Telelink is also a training partner, correct?
Yes, we are a training partner. Unfortunately, we're not really successful with that, but due to many reasons. But I would say the market in Germany for German trainings is not yet there. And there is already a very strong training partner in Germany available. And I don't want to compete with the other German partners. Actually, I like them a lot. So shout out to all you guys from the other German OutSystems partnership. And so I said, okay, and that is what we are currently doing, that we come up with some sort of specialization trainings. Everything, and it will be around OutSystems combined with AWS. And that is what we're going to train, because we see that these standard trainings, there is no market. And if there is no market,
absolutely. No, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, we run some trainings through our developer relations team. And it can be tough to get developers to commit to in-person or even virtual training that's not self-paced, because developers are so busy. Yeah, absolutely. You're part of the OutSystems MVP program, of course, which is usually how I see all of your articles in the MVP Slack. How has being an MVP shaped your experience with OutSystems?
Whoa. I don't know. It put, you know, that when I got nominated as an MVP, that came out of a sudden. Bruno Moitinho sent me an email and said, "Hey, you have been nominated for the most valuable professional program." And I said, "Okay, why? So why was I nominated? Who nominated me?" So I never watched the nomination series or something, because I just did.
Yeah.
I just did things. But then once I got inside that program, meeting the others, getting access to the Slack channel, reading their answers, reading their questions, that really helped me to further grow with the platform. But it also put a lot of pressure on me, because then I said, okay, what I've done in the past is now not sufficient anymore for the community.
Yes.
I have to do more now. I have to write more frequently. I have to do some webinars. I have to speak at user group meetings and so forth. So it put a little bit of pressure on me. So it's but it helped me to grow. It's absolutely wonderful to exchange with all the other high-class professionals, because I'm still learning. So we're all just learners.
Wonderful. I love that. We had a similar chat. I've brought him up so many times. He's been on the stream twice already over the past 2 days. Daniel from the MVPs. He kept saying that he does all his forum answers and helps the community because he just likes doing it. And then he gets to be MVP as well. So yeah.
Daniel and especially Kilian.
Oh yes.
They are both forum superheroes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think our whole community is so helpful, but if you post a question on the forum and it's a tough one, you'll hear from one of them.
I always tell people, if you want to see another community, post your question on Stack Overflow, and then you will see a total different type of community.
Are they a little mean over there? Okay. All right.
Some call it toxic.
Interesting. All right. I think there's like a generational divide over how forums are treated on the internet. We've got a lot of people that are just asking whatever question comes to mind. Yep. And then we've got all of the people answering those questions that are like, why didn't you search for this?
Searching
I get
is totally overrated nowadays. It's
it
easier to just
it's
ask.
Not easy to find. Yeah.
Even if it is the 100th iteration of the same question. Of course.
Absolutely. We're coming up on time right now. Anything else you want to say to our audience watching from home?
I haven't been prepared for any additional things I want to say, but I want to reach out to, especially to the German community, which is unfortunately not big, but a big shout out to you guys. So think of all the user group meetings we have in Germany, especially in the Rhine-Ruhr region and in Frankfurt. So would be happy to see you there the next time the organizers set up something.
Nice. That sounds great. Join user groups, usergroups.outsystems.com.
User groups are important.
Yes, they're really great. All right, so now we are going to do, thank you so much for joining us. This is great.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to do a really quick switch. Cecelia is going to be back on the mic. Our last developer of the day, Nuno, is joining. Nuno was brought up by a couple different speakers over the past 2 days because he's sort of famous as an MVP, much like Stefan.
I'm so happy that I spoke to you before Nuno.
Oh, absolutely.
Because after Nuno, there is nothing can be better than Nuno.
Well, after Nuno is maybe the only person that can compete, and it is our CEO, Paulo Rosado, and that's going to be around 4 p.m. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to Decoded live at 1. We are coming towards the end of the stream. It's been quite a journey today. I'm not sure how many of you have been watching all day or just tuning in, but thank you for being here. Thank you for experiencing the amazing conference that is ONE with us and being a part of our wonderful OutSystems developer community. I am super excited to be joined right now by somebody I was really excited to meet here at ONE. Nuno, could you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Nuno Reis. I've been working with OutSystems for 13 years now. I've been an MVP for 8 or 9 years from the start of the program. I'm a user group organizer, a mentor, and a few other things. A trainer.
A little bit of everything.
Basically.
Yes, I was so excited to meet you because I've seen you everywhere. You know, in our MVP Slack, on our forums, you know, in our mentorship programs, and you know, at our user groups. And I've just seen the impact that you've had on the community, and it was so great to be able to meet you in person. And one of the things that I know that you're really well known for is being a mentor. So why did you decide to be a mentor specifically?
This started by chance. So at my work, I would be asked to train junior people. It happened once. Actually, that person was here for the conference. Few years later, a friend of mine asked me to train a junior at his company that was already an OutSystems customer, and I did that. And suddenly, I was asked to train a full class for 9 weeks, and I accepted the challenge just to be different. That same year, the fate or whatever took me to be a mentor at a non-profit organization that reskills women and trains girls into IT.
Amazing.
And at the same time, our SNE was selling them the idea of OutSystems. And like I said, it's fate. It happened on the same week or something. I applied to help them, and SNE was talking with them about OutSystems. I will stay there. I've been there for 2 years now.
Amazing. Yeah, and actually, you must be very popular. We're already seeing in the chat some comments. So Anna saying, "Go Nuno." Yeah. You know, saying hello there, and then also Nuno is a machine. So you are very popular with your mentees and in the community, and clearly they're tuning in to see you today. You know, mentorship can be rewarding, but it can also be challenging, right? So what have been some of the most challenging aspects of that for you?
Well, I think the main challenge is to accept failure, because when I'm training 20 people, maybe not 10 will have a career in OutSystems. And maybe some of them will spend months looking for an opportunity, even a job interview. So I care about people, and I suffer with them a lot.
Yeah.
I need to sometimes put my feelings aside and support them, but I can't suffer with them. And it's very hard to split both sides.
It's hard because, you know, I think to be a mentor, you're emotionally invested, right? You're empathetic to their situation. You want to see them succeed, but sometimes it can be a mercy or a grace to be able to say, you know, this may not be the best fit. You know, how else can you be successful, and what does that look like? But it's always difficult to go through that process and accept that with people. Do you have any cases of, you know, unsuccessful mentorships, and like what caused that?
Yes. Well, some people just don't want low code. They may even pass the certification with more than 90%, and at the end they go to interview and they say to the company, "This is not what I want. I don't see myself doing this." I don't like that scenario, because the person would be great for the community, but it's not. Some people just don't match with the company and gave up on the platform because of a poor experience. And some people just don't care. Sometimes not the right moment in life. Sometimes their personal life doesn't allow it, and they just gave up too early.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the challenge of when you are mentoring and working with so many developers in the community. That ends up, it's just a matter of scale, right? So you can't get to 100%, unfortunately. So the more developers that you work with, there are going to be those cases. And as you said, sometimes it's just life. Sometimes it's not a good match. But sometimes they may come around later on and come back to it, or they may find something else that works well for them. But I think it is important to highlight that even though there may be those unsuccessful cases, that a lot of the people that you do mentor are successful, and they do grow in their career because of that mentorship. And so how do you, help students to overcome maybe some of the roadblocks or challenges that they experienced, both technical and mental?
Luckily, because of Vera and the mentorship program, I started to do more than that. A women-only association. I started on ADP list, opening to the community in general. I have one generic class, so mixed genders, and some men studied under me, but mostly women. And with ADP, I saw the opposite. Men were the first to come to me. The first 20 sessions were for men. Only then women started to to keep up, and they are on the 50-50 now. And what I see is that on ADP lists, they come to me when they want.
Yeah.
So when they feel that they need, they can find my schedule and book a time that they don't feel they are bothering me, and I can help them as soon as possible without them feeling pressure.
Yeah, and so you mentioned ADP lists. For those of people, you know, at home who maybe aren't familiar with the mentor program, you can find free mentorship from OutSystems developers who are more senior on ADP list. There's a directory, and I know, Nuno, you have many hours of mentorship through the platform, many mentees, and that's something that has started within the past year as a program, and you've really just taken off with it, and that's really a testament to your dedication to the community. We have even more comments from, you know, Kat. Nuno is a great mentor. So really, obviously, you're having an impact. And I really appreciate the commitment to women in tech, right? Because that's something where it's different. There may be programs, there may be communities, but it's difficult for women to find mentors and sponsors as well. You know, somebody to support them. And they may not always feel most comfortable, like you said, like asking for it or coming to you. And so being able to provide that to that demographic is really important. And I think I'm a big, I have worked with other kind of women in tech communities before I came to OutSystems, and I think it's a really unique thing that you're doing. So thank you for that. And I think a part of the thing that you probably get from that is feeling that sense of pride. You know, you mentioned you're empathetic, so it can be hard when it's hard, but it must feel really good when it's good, right? So can you share a moment when you felt particularly proud of one of your students?
So, like yesterday, when the team from Raparigas do Código, this association, female only, so I left the team, kind of. Last year I competed with them, this time only women only, and they got the AWS award for the best implementation of AI in AWS services. So it's a huge accomplishment, especially because none of them work in AWS on their companies, all from different companies, one of them unemployed. So I created a team and they succeeded in the OutSystems world.
That's amazing. Yeah, and I think that's something where things like the Build for the Future hackathon are interesting because it forces you to learn new skills and have the space to do that and to be in that learning and challenge yourself and to see what you can do with that. And I believe we had your student on the live stream yesterday sharing about that experience, and so that must be so rewarding to be able to watch that happen. And you must feel a little bit proud of yourself as well. Are there moments that you felt pride for what you are contributing?
So we have 4 teams in the hackathon from that association, and 2 of them I thought they could win. This is top level product, an amazing team. One of the team I recruited them. They didn't knew each other 9 days before the hackathon started. I put them together.
Wow. Okay.
So men and women from 3 different continents. One of them wasn't certified when they decided to join the hackathon. And so far, she got 2 certifications in OutSystems in a month.
Yes, love that.
So every day we have new successes. The Raparigas do Código now is around 90 certifications in total. So some of them are tech lead, some of them juniors, some looking for a job. We are opening a new developer school in 2 weeks. We have registrations open right now. So every day something new is happening.
That's amazing. Yeah. And I think the quality of the projects that I've seen, because you've shared some videos, and demos of the projects of your students have been really, really impressive. So what soft skills do you recognize that help students to become more successful for OutSystems and OutSystems developers?
In terms of technical skills, I think the background in chemistry is amazing. So everyone I train, there's a lot of people from the health sector are changing careers because of the confinement pandemic and all the stress. And a lot of profiles from that background are amazing. The soft skills, I think it's admitting they are learning again, starting from scratch, like when they were children, accepting help and asking for help, learning how to teamwork, and then be humble and support each other mostly. And I think with women, that part is easier.
Amazing.
They know they are in a false minority, so they fight the disadvantage by working together.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for everything that you've done for the community and also for being here with us on Decoded Live at 1. Is there anything else that you'd like to add before we sign off?
I would just like to say that I'm not the only one. There's a lot of amazing people doing mentorship around the world. Hamza Gulzar couldn't be here. He's doing also an amazing work in Pakistan with the local community. And Isaac Wangombe, one of my mentees, was on an amazing team. He couldn't be here also because of the visa. He's as podcast about OutSystems in Africa. Also an amazing person of the community, and everyone has something special to offer. I think our community has that great strength that we are all amazing, and together we make it the best community in the world.
Amazing. It really is the best community in the world. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, coming up in just a few minutes, we have 2 short videos, but we have OutSystems CEO Paulo Rosado to join us for one final interview. We will be right back after this.
Around 2017, my manager came to me and said, "Hey, another team installed OutSystems. Why don't you take a look?" At first, I was like, "Oh, low-code software is going to take all your work. I want to have control over everything because what if I need to change something?" It wasn't until probably 4 months later, when I actually got onto a project and I was using it every day, that I realized, like, oh, this is a lot faster. I mean, you have access to change things as needed as well. I've never had a problem that I was like, oh, it's out of my hands because I can't touch it. There came a time that I was presented with a choice to move back to a traditional development style or take an opportunity at a different company and stick with OutSystems. I felt going to traditional development again was a step backwards. So I chose to stick with OutSystems, and that was one of my better decisions I can say I've made. I've really flourished in that space now because I like what I do every day. I like getting up and going to work, and other people that I could work with that also loved low code, which I was no longer the only developer. It's great.
Thank you so much for being here, and I'll kind of let you say hello to the stream.
Hello, stream. Hello, guys. It's a pleasure to be here. This is a fantastic channel.
Wonderful, wonderful. So you've seen the OutSystems conferences grow from a very tiny gathering in the OutSystems office, not even the current one, long time ago, to now filling this huge convention hall with well over 2,000 people. How are you feeling about ONE?
Well, it's a fantastic conference. This one is extremely well organized, by the way. And what I really like in these conferences is the fact that we bring the business community, the developer community. Everyone is really part of a big team, and everyone wants to tell their stories.
Yes, absolutely.
And how they fix it, how they solve it, how they address it. Everyone is an innovator. It's so different from other software vendor conferences. These are really shows.
Yeah, definitely. You know, one of the things I noticed of our exhibition hall, there's a lot more room. And when we first got in here, I was like, whoa, there's a lot of space. There's sort of space between the booths, not like other exhibition halls. But as soon as we got started, it's filled with people talking to each other. It's wonderful. In the keynote yesterday, there were some exciting announcements about the future, like unveiling Mentor.
Yeah.
You spoke about the history of OutSystems, though. Historically, how has OutSystems changed and adapted over the years?
Well, we changed a lot, right? I mean, when we started, we were 5 people in a garage, okay, literally, okay. the door had number 13 on it. And so we came a long way to create a company now that's selling innovation, selling platforms for innovation in 73 countries. And so
Amazing.
that's a lot, right? And so it has evolved a lot. But what's interesting is that somehow the problem that we're trying to solve, which was really driven by getting irritated to the fact that projects were just boring and they took too long and they cost too much money and they were failing, solving that, being able to build software that addresses business problems very quickly, that vision kind of was preserved up until now. And now we're really at the cross point where we can see this thing accelerating to a point where we've never thought it was possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Exciting. So I'm going to ask a bit of a tough question here. This has come up on the stream a few times. I spent the last year talking to and interviewing dozens of OutSystems developers, junior and senior alike. Some of them may be watching now. A lot of people have said that they are staking their career on OutSystems because they really believe in this product, right? But that's a huge responsibility for the company and for you. So how do you, as you shepherd the platform into this new era of software development, how do you keep developers in mind so they can feel confident in their commitment?
I think this is a really good bet.
I agree.
Yeah. No, but just think about it. It's a great bet because I think low-code developers in general, but especially the OutSystems community, we can see it already. They are very equipped for the type of evolutions that Gen AI is bringing. If you look into the adaptation of an OutSystems developer to introducing agents and to working with agents and to surrounding agents with integrations, workflows, and doing the extra bit that the low-code platform brings, you can see that they have a much small gap in terms of adaptation than we see now in hardcore like code developers. That gap is much wider to bridge, and the reason for this is that having a career in OutSystems is really a career in the world. You actually are forced to develop things that are very, very preservative, very important for the future, which is the capacity to understand the business and understanding and the focus on the outcome, on actually building something because we want people to use it, designing the journeys, being involved into projects that actually work very quickly. And so you have to go and feel our users are giving you feedback.
Absolutely.
I don't know if a lot of our community understands what it is to be a coder,
Sure.
a really hard coder where they see the results. They never touch the customers directly.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It is
It's a
tough.
different environment. And I think they have a wider gap to fulfill for in this new generation of generative software.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah.
So you've spoken to so many developers over the years who've been empowered by OutSystems. And we've got many tuning in from around the world today. Yesterday, Miguel announced we surpassed 800,000 community members. And we actually misquoted that number yesterday on stream. We said 200,000. We were so sure that was a big number for us, but it wasn't at all. We have 800,000 community members. What excites you about having this enormous community working with OutSystems every day?
Well, I think it matters, especially personally to me. And I think for the whole OutSystems team, it matters what is the range of the impact that we can have in the world. And if you think about it, we create a community of innovators. Actually, we are a very different software vendor. We're really an energizer for makers, for builders, for innovators, for creators. And you can see it here in this community that everyone comes with a story, right? They all want to hear what did you do different, but what did I do different? They want to tell their story, right? And you know what? I think if I have dealt with a lot of IT people, a lot of developers, a lot of enterprise developers, a lot of people that are in these enterprises, in these projects. And I remember that when we started OutSystems, it was not uncommon to talk with a developer that said, I'm 3 years already in this project. It's still not production. I cannot leave, because if I leave, then the project will never finish, will never get to completion. But I'm actually tired. I would like to try something different. And this almost like sense of doom, and sense of, this is a tough job. It's a boring job because it's tough. I mean, the pay is not bad, but it's a boring job. And I think what OutSystems has provided was this twinkle in the eye, this thing about, we're building something and it's fast and we can see the results, and then we move to another thing and we evolve, and our lives we see the lives of our community just getting better. Not only developers, but also the IT managers, the business that has now things that are much faster. They don't need to wait 2 years. I mean, it's just good karma everywhere. And so
Absolutely. Yeah.
so it's basically high impact.
Yeah, it's funny. We talk about, how easy it is to make prototypes using OutSystems. I had someone, a developer yesterday, talking about impressing a customer is so much easier with OutSystems, because you can work in full stack and have that UI ready to go, and everyone gets very excited in the room. Yeah, absolutely. So it's a lot easier to have pride in your work with OutSystems, I think. Yeah. Well, I know you're busy. Your escort around the conference is looming over us, saying you've got more meetings to get to. So I'm going to let you go. But thank you so much for joining us for Decoded Live. This was a great conversation.
It's a pleasure. You guys are doing a great job. This is a fantastic channel.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you so much. So for those at home, Cecelia and I are going to be right back with our special closing remarks. And we may just have another guest for you. So stay tuned and see you in just a moment.
All right.
All right. Welcome back. We are so excited to have been able to bring you Decoded Live from One. Thank you for everyone who participated in the trivia, everyone who... We're back. Welcome back to Decoded Live from One. What a day. And then what a 2 days. What a conference, really.
Oh my goodness.
I hope that every one of you at home feels like you were part of this experience, that you were able to share in and learn from our speakers, from our leadership. So many of the exciting things that were happening here at One. And of course, the fun, like with Neo.
Hello, Neo. I promise you are in the shot, even when you're tall.
And so, as we mentioned, if you missed any of these, they are available on YouTube. You can catch the replays, and make sure to check out all of the sessions when they are available in a few weeks, so you don't have to miss a thing. And thank you again for being here. We love the developer community, and you mean so much to us.
It's been a great 10 hours with all of you. And of course, with Neo, who's not a big talker, but he has all the energy in the world to say thank you all and bye-bye.
Thank you.